24 years, they need to be looking back. Where we came from, where we want to go. As Stalin said, we came from the same place, but where are we going? There's one
I'm happy to hear that. So once again, a good morning. I usually like to say, Ram Ram, Salam Alaikum, and may peace be unto you. And I also like to say, TGIF. Okay, so it is the final day of this 20th Caribbean Internet Governance Forum in Georgetown, Guyana. And I must say, I hope you had a wonderful time here in my lovely country. I know it's usually, if I may, on a lighter side between Guyanese and Trinidadian is usually chicken curry and curry chicken. So nevertheless, whatever you had this morning, if it was our local cuisines or if you like to go with an international breakfast, I'm sure we're going to kickstart this morning with a great bang. You can agree with me, it has been an incredible 3 days. Today is going to be an incredible third day, that is. And it was packed with so many informative displays of presentations. We also had great conversation. And of course, the youth within the Caribbean had a lot to say. And of course, as a youth, I still believe that I am pretty young, that I learned a lot as well to head back over to the Office of the Prime Minister to see what we can do to assist in this transformation of the sector as well. For those who are joining us today that are new and also joining us online, I am Jennifer Prasad Budu from the Office of the Prime Minister, and I will be your moderator for the last day of the 20th CIGF. Allow me now to make some housekeeping announcements for our persons who are joining us on the webinar. To interact with our speakers today, kindly use the options available in your Zoom panel, generally located to the base of your Zoom window. To comment that is on the session and share your thoughts, we ask that you use the chat where you can speak with the other attendees. As the webinar progresses, we ask that any questions you have placed in the Q&A, for the ease of locating them, questions placed here will be directed and answered by our great and lovely speakers. We ask that the conversation, comments, and question posed to the professionals on the topics adhere to the CTU's Code of Conduct for meetings, for the meeting that is. We want to say thank you so much in advance for following these rules. Also, if you experience any difficulties, please email us at events@ctu.int for assistance. For those who have been with us for the past 2 days here and also online as well, please do fill up our forms that speak about our evaluation forms, that is. Also, if I'm having great conversations as well, and you're wondering, how can I contact these people? How can I get access to their presentation slides? Have no fear, those slides are located on www.ctu.int. Ladies and gentlemen, I usually like to say a few words or probably welcome you all like I did earlier. But I want to say that we are going to kickstart the final day of our forum with someone who knows how to keep things running as smoothly as a well-coded program without bugs. And of course, we don't want to see any bugs here today. Our moderator today is a digital magician who can turn a panel discussion into a lively debate faster than you can say cybersecurity. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming the persons that will be guiding us today. And I like to say that we have two of the CTU's key partners, the CTU ARIN and the LACNIC, I hope I got that right. Policy Forum focuses on international internet public policy topics relevant to the Caribbean. Before lunch, we will bring the discussions home, the Guyana focus session. I hope I see more Guyanese tuned into our online platform so we can make sure that we have that discussion about Guyana and the way forward as well. And with our lovely Caribbean brothers and sisters, we can make sure that Guyana is on the right path too. So today we're going to make sure that we focus on that, and after lunch we will focus on two critically important United Nations initiatives, the Global Digital Compact or GDC and the High Level Advisory Board, for short, HLAB, on AI. The objectives of the GDC is to outline shared principles for an open, free, and secure digital future for all, as digital technologies offer tremendous opportunities, including the potential to contribute to the achievements of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure that these discussions keep you alive. We want to have a lively discussion, of course. For those who are joining us online, once again, we want to see those questions, we want to see those comments, and hopefully we can answer those before the end of the day. If not, our great folks at the CTU will direct those questions to our panelists. But nevertheless, get the ball rolling. I have the pleasure to invite Mr. Rodney Taylor, who's no stranger to us for the last 2 days, who is the Secretary General of the CTU, to open us with the opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a warm welcome.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Jennifer. Thank you all for joining us again on the home stretch for day 3 of the 20th Caribbean Internet Governance Forum, the longest running Internet Governance Forum in the world. We want to welcome especially our online participants. Thanks for sticking with us, for your engaging conversation during the week. We really appreciate your inputs and your support of this event. Today is just as exciting as day 1 and 2. We have our partners, ARIN and LACNIC, that will carry the first session, as Jennifer pointed out. And we are thankful for the support of these two regional, I should say RIRs, and maybe give a prize. Do we have prizes for anyone who can say what an RIR is? Anyone online? It's not, no, it's not roti and regional internet registries. So we have ARIN, which represents, so the countries in the Caribbean are divided between ARIN and LACNIC, and maybe, I don't know if Khelawan and Bevel will speak to that, but they're here ready to bring welcome remarks, and we thank them for consistent support of the CTU and of the CIGF over the years. Very engaging topics, as pointed out by Jennifer. Artificial intelligence, and we have the UNESCO that will be speaking about the roadmap, Caribbean AI policy roadmap. And the AI is the very big topic, the hottest topic now actually, with the release of ChatGPT and other platforms. I use it myself in my weekly scheduling of events and taking notes for meetings when I'm not there. I believe it's online. I believe my AI assistant is online here. Is it online today? But it does a very nice job of summarizing my meetings, coming up with the action points. Wonderful productivity tool. So we'll hear about these AI and what is happening at the level of United Nations. We have some persons who, one person in particular from Trinidad and Tobago, who sits on the United Nations high-level advisory body to the UN Secretary General. So you'll hear directly from him on what's happening and how that has fed in to the United Nations Global Digital Compact that will be tabled at the UN Summit of the Future along with the United Nations General Assembly. And then, of course, we have a session where we're looking forward now, 20 years of CIGF. Do we go on for another 5, 10? And if so, what can we do differently? Are we talking to the right people? Are we talking about the right things? And are we advancing the regional internet economy? And lastly, we have the open mic where we invite anyone to speak on anything that you think that think needs to be raised that was not said. Open to you here in the room, and of course to our online participants as well. So without further ado, I want to hand over to Khelawan Swift of LACNIC to give us, actually I have Bevel first, but I'm sure you guys are fine with starting in either order, but I'll go with Bevel since her name is on the agenda first. We'll go with Bevel Wooding, who's the Director of Caribbean Affairs in ARIN, to give us the welcome remarks. Over to you, Bevel.
Thank you, Rodney. And good morning, good day to all distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I bring greetings from the American Registry for Internet Numbers, ARIN. As Rodney indicated, we are a regional internet registry together with LACNIC, my colleague Khelawan Swift. We service the number resource needs of the Caribbean. I'd like to begin by extending my thanks first to the Caribbean Telecommunications Union, the government of the Federal Republic of Guyana, and the organizers of this Caribbean Internet Governance Forum for agreeing to host our 5th ARIN LACNIC Public Policy Forum under this umbrella. Although I really regret not being able to be there with you all in person in Guyana, I'm still grateful that we are having this conversation. Now, as you would have heard over the past 2 days, this is a milestone CIGF. This is the 20th Caribbean Internet Governance Forum, and it's taking place against a backdrop of profound and unprecedented changes that are reshaping the internet governance landscape in the Caribbean. And that's what I want to share a bit of in my remarks this morning. One of the pressing concerns is the increasing frequency and severity of climate-related events. Hurricanes, floods, and other natural disasters are no longer considered as occasional disruptions. They've become almost routine. And in a region where reliable internet access is crucial, not just for communication and commerce, but also for disaster response, digital resilience, the security and robustness of our critical infrastructure is now not just a technical concern, it's a matter of survival. Yet as we build or strive to build these more resilient digital networks, the rise in cyber threats continues to undermine the stability of our economies and trust within our societies. And the connection between these things are a key part of our ongoing internet governance discussion. Increasingly sophisticated cyber attacks are targeting not just businesses and governments, they're going after public good institutions, our hospitals, our courts, our schools, and our public utilities. And they're also going after our citizens. These attacks threaten our financial systems, our healthcare services, and even as we've seen in some recent regional examples, our democratic processes. Why am I sharing this? Well, these are the challenges that we are grappling with as we consider our movement deeper and deeper into the digital arena. We are well past the day when things like cybersecurity can be considered just as an IT issue. It's now a critical aspect of national security and public safety, requiring new levels of coordination, new levels of collaboration, new levels of partnership. In other words, it requires exactly what we're doing in an event like this Caribbean Internet Governance Forum and in a discussion like the one that we're about to have today at our Internet Public Policy Forum. But if that were enough to grapple with, we would be fine, but there's more. In tandem with these challenges, our region must now also grapple with the rapid advancements in artificial intelligence, or AI. And it's already clear, as we've seen from Rodney's chatbot inside of this meeting, that AI holds tremendous potential to drive innovation, to enhance services, and to improve the quality of life. But it also brings with it some very real challenges that we must address head on. There are ethical implications of artificial intelligence. The potential for job displacement is real. The need for robust regulatory frameworks. These are all issues that must be on our agenda. And we must ensure that AI development and deployment are guided by not just principles, but also by appropriate public policy that prioritizes the well-being of our people and the security of our societies. So this is a backdrop against which we're having today's public policy forum. This is a backdrop against which we are considering the evolution of our internet governance forum. And you can tell by these interconnected issues that the stakes could not be higher. There are tectonic shifts reshaping our understanding of the role of not just internet governance, but public policy itself. The issues we are facing today are an urgent priority that requires the urgent attention and understanding of our leaders, our policymakers, civil society, and citizens. So as we proceed with today's discussion at this 5th ARIN LACNIC Internet Public Policy Forum, I really want to encourage us all to engage fully with the gravity of the issues before us. Like never before, we must work together to develop approaches, together to develop policies that are not just responsive to these threats that we face, but policies and approaches that are proactive in anticipating future challenges. I don't think it's an understatement to say that the decisions we make over the course of this week and those that we will be taking today will shape the future of our region for generations to come. So in closing, I want to thank you all, those in the room and those virtually, for your commitment to this vital work. This is vital work. And I want to again thank Rodney and the Caribbean Telecommunications Union for its leadership in facilitating discussions such as these for the good of the region. I'm really looking forward to today, and I'm looking forward to us together having meaningful discussions and outcomes that will emerge from this forum. Thank you all. Have a great and productive set of conversations today. Thank you.
Thank you, Bevel, for those inspiring words, and we'll go straight to Khelawan as well for his remarks.
Thank you very much, Secretary General, and good morning to everyone. I'll be a bit brief because, unfortunately, I'm a bit under the weather. Nonetheless, I'd like to extend my sincerest thanks to the CTU for what I will call 20 years of yeoman service in convening this space. With this, the celebration of the 20th Caribbean Internet Governance Forum, the third Caribbean Youth Internet Governance Forum, and of course, as Bevel mentioned, the fifth ARIN, LACNIC, CTU Internet Public Policy Forum. For LACNIC, we stand in concert with these spaces that espouse internet governance principles. And for us, it's extremely important that we have these conversations, that we include as many people as possible in shaping and developing the internet that we want for the future to come. My colleague Paula would have spoken on Monday of LACNIC's initiative to support internet governance, namely the Leaders Program, where we seek to give mentorship and funding to internet governance researchers across the region to look at what would be the big ticket items, but from a community perspective. And we're happy to report that we have seen consistent participation of Caribbean candidates ranging from countries such as Haiti, Trinidad and Tobago, and St. Vincent. And we look forward to seeing more of those contributors in the future, as these are the inputs that we believe will make a significant mark on our internet public policy development within our home countries. For today's forum, how do we proactively leverage and guide the use of artificial intelligence? How do we appropriately protect ourselves against cyber attacks when cyber insecurity remains one of the greatest risks to our development on a global scale for the next 5 to 10 years? The answers to these questions lies through this discursive process. And for that reason, we are happy to have the lineup of topics that we're going to discuss in a few minutes. And we do wish that we have these as not only the experts providing their observations and guidance, but also hearing from the people who work in the trenches of internet development, what their main issues and their main observations are as well. Because this is an interactive process. It's not a top-down process whatsoever. So without further ado, I'd like to thank all of the organizers again, the Cooperative Government of the Republic of Guyana, the CTU, and all of you gathered here. Thanks once again.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Khelawan. Thanks to you both, you and Bevel. And thanks for pointing out as well that the purpose of this forum really is to help inform policy. And of course, I mentioned in my opening remarks that we do have the 4th edition already of the Caribbean Internet Governance Policy Framework. So our discussions today will help inform that. As far as I recall, we haven't really dealt with the issue of artificial intelligence. We are now trying to come up with some policy recommendations. And so the next session is actually very, very important, very critical, and I will hand over to my deputy, Mr. Nigel Casimir, to tell us about that.
Thank you very much, SG, and good morning to all. As mentioned, we are in the 5th CTU ARIN LACNIC Policy Forum, and here we take a kind of policy level view of the issues in the internet governance space. And in our session this morning, which will run till the break. We'll be looking at artificial intelligence. We'll be looking, as Khelawan said, at things like strategic cybersecurity and digital resilience. And we'll also be looking at maybe some policy thoughts related to developing the digital economy in the region. So without further ado, though, I would like to get straight into the meat of it, and we'll start dealing with the artificial intelligence topic. And for this, we have two sets of presentations. The first set is from the from UNESCO, the United Nations organization that deals with science and education and science. And we'll also be seeing or hearing about some Caribbean entrepreneurship in AI. And interestingly, for us this morning, we'll be hearing some developments from the justice sector, which is, or should I say, developments in the justice sector, which is not normally a sector that we find headlining some of these types of issues. So we'll begin looking at the Caribbean AI Policy Roadmap. It's a document that was initially drafted, I think, in 2021, and it has been updated this year, and UNESCO has been a leading agency in doing that. And to present that for us this morning, we have Dr. Paul Hector. He is a representative for UNESCO based here in the Caribbean. He's actually based in Jamaica. He'll be assisted by Ms. Erica Simmons, who is one of their consultants, who led a lot of the work related to this Caribbean AI Policy Roadmap. And that will be followed by another UNESCO presentation addressing a needs assessment survey on artificial intelligence, digital transformation, and open data in small island developing states. So I will hand over now to Dr. Paul Hector, who would frame the presentations being given here this morning by UNESCO, and probably introduce and lead his team through it. So, Paul, the floor is yours.
So good morning, everybody. It's Erica Simmons, yes, and I'd like to send apologies on behalf of Paul Hector this morning. I will be going through the entire presentation for you. I have about 20 minutes of content, and we will save some time for questions at the end. The very first thing, I just want to thank the organizers of this conference. I want to be able to thank this Direct Secretary General and also Nigel Casamari for inviting us back here again to share the work that we've been doing for a number of years to really develop some focus areas around artificial intelligence in the Caribbean. My name is Erica Simmons, and I have about 25 years of experience in the tech industry. And back in 2017, I moved back to Jamaica. I'm a Jamaican, to work on spreading the news that we were going to be transforming our work and the future of work that was going to change. When I started to work down at the Caribbean Maritime University, I was contacted by UNESCO and other UN agencies to start to work to develop a policy perspective for AI in the Caribbean. And so I'm happy to present the culmination of the work. It's been about 5 years in the making. We had one publication go out already, and this is the updated publication for 2024. And Paul Hector and I have been working collaboratively over the last couple of years to bring this forth. First of all, I want to share some information about UNESCO if you're not familiar with the agency, but UNESCO is a specialized agency of the United Nations, and the focus is really on building peace and supporting human development and intercultural dialogue through the use of science, culture, communication, and information, and really bringing together nations to address problems that we're facing across the world, being a laboratory for ideas, a clearinghouse for information, and really a capacity builder, in this case around artificial intelligence. In 2019, the culmination in November of 2021, UNESCO released the first ever really global standard on AI ethics. It was called the Recommendation on the Ethics of Artificial Intelligence, and it was adopted by all 193 member states. And this policy really is supporting ethical principles, advancing education and capacity building, and really facilitating international cooperation around the development of artificial intelligence worldwide. And you can see here from the chart that there's really 11 key areas that the recommendation of ethics of AI asks us to focus on and to begin to develop policies around that area. And UNESCO has been doing a lot since that time, since the publication of the work. There has been a number of tools that UNESCO has produced for member states and nations in the region and globally around the areas of artificial intelligence. As we talked about, the standard setting instruments, the recommendation of the ethics of artificial intelligence that I just showed. In addition to that, that particular recommendation also mandated that certain tools were to be created to help member states. And I'm happy to say that there's really two important tools that that we have at our disposal in the region to think about AI policy. And that is the readiness assessment methodology that you can use to be able to look at a particular sector. It goes through a series of questionnaires and you get a scoring. You'll be able to figure out your maturity and readiness for AI deployment and adoption in your particular sector area. There's also an instrument called the Ethical Impact Assessment, and that is also another really great tool that allows us to go through a series of questions and determine whether or not the implementation of AI in that particular use case is appropriate or is at risk. So wonderful standard setting instruments. UNESCO also has been doing a series of capacity building workshops, such as the global MOOC that they have on AI and the rule of law for judicial operators. There's also reporting on artificial intelligence for reporters. There's an artificial intelligence and digital transformation competencies workshop and content and course for government employees. And there's tons of conferences and seminars where information is really being shared. One around IP in the area of Gen AI. There's also been a ministerial roundtable on AI and education. And I'm really telling you all of this to say that there's already a real good body of information and knowledge and tools that can help us in the Caribbean as we endeavor to create policies that will help to support the deployment and adoption of AI in the region. Specifically, the work that UNESCO has been doing in the Caribbean has been around really raising that awareness level and the relevance of the potential opportunities and challenges around AI for the Caribbean, and also making sure that we can identify priorities and support the development of strategies in a collective way. And overall, we're looking for AI to be able to leverage that technology to drive in a more accelerated way digital transformation for the region, really the sustainable and social and economic and environmental development. So work that UNESCO has been doing globally has produced a number of instruments. And now in the Caribbean, we would like to be able to present our instrument, our feedback and viewpoint on AI and how we can responsibly develop policies for it. Here's just some more documents. I'll give you this presentation. You'll really be able to get into more details about what we've been doing specifically in the Caribbean. We did a needs assessment survey locally. There's also been some work around the animation and video game industries on topics such as monetization and how we can create sustainable business models. There also has been some work on broadcasting diversity and streaming integration, the use of AI and the blockchain and other technologies in support of our orange economy. There's been some discussions also about AI and the threat to journalism in the region. And we've been working a lot with youth and women, trying to think about how we can reimagine the future and what the opportunities really would be for women and youth going forward in an era of AI. And then there has also been work with the CARICOM Digital Skills Task Force and contributing to that and creating and working with the governments of Antigua and Barbuda on their national digital transformation framework. So globally and regionally, lots of work from AI and lots of resources for us to leverage. I just wanted to give you a little bit of the history of how the roadmap came together. Back in 2020, we began to work with the Caribbean AI Initiative, the Broadcasting Commission of Jamaica, and the UNESCO Cluster Office to begin to facilitate a series of discussions and conversations around AI, just to start talking to the different audiences, women and youth and industry and government and academia. Out of that, a UNESCO roadmap was published in 2021. And since 2021, we've had COVID, we've had the release of these general purpose technologies like ChatGPT. And so we wanted to make sure that we could go back and review what was happening today, look at the roadmap and update it to take into consideration these new realities. And so what I'll be doing today is just giving you a high level overview of the key areas that we have decided based on our research to recommend that we focus on for the region. So I just start out by level setting everybody on when we're talking about artificial intelligence. We're really talking about these computer systems. It could be hardware or software systems that have the ability to mimic human intelligence. They can perform tasks in that way and they can understand natural language. They can understand patterns to solve problems and to make decisions. AI operates using algorithms and data to learn and improve. But as you all know, working in the telecom space, it also relies on infrastructure to make it happen. And really what we're looking for is not looking for a replacement of AI replacing human intelligence and tasks. I think our real opportunity here is to see how we can guide AI to help us and aid us in solving complex problems and provide valuable insights for people like us in the Caribbean, where we're trying to develop ourselves and to create new pathways of opportunity. I think at the moment, AI right now is the best opportunity that we should all be directing ourselves towards, because of the global market size of AI. When we think about development, we want to go to where the growth is. And in 2023 alone, the global market for AI was over $5.5 billion with an expected growth rate between 20 and 40%. And so by 2033, that should actually say 2033, they're looking to increase the global AI market substantially. So I think there's a huge opportunity for us here in the Caribbean to really focus our attention on that market, not only, to use it as a lever to help us to develop. We really need to look at accelerating the adoption of AI to help people in the Caribbean, our nations, tap into this limitless opportunity that we have here. So large opportunity. I don't think we could ignore it. We should definitely be thinking about how we can exploit AI, but exploit it in a way, obviously, that's going to support ethical deployment, ethical use cases, cases where we're not doing any harm to the citizens of the region by adopting the use of these technologies. So in doing the update to the paper, we did put out a survey that happened during the end of last year into the beginning of 2024 in the Caribbean to multiple stakeholders that UNESCO had in its database, really to find out the sentiment and whether or not the region had really embraced the technology and started to integrate it. And so here is a little bit of the response that we had. So back in late October of last year, we did the survey. 91% of respondents said that they were unfamiliar with any existing regional AI-related laws or policies. So that was 6 months ago. Lots of things are happening in the world of AI. We have made some advancements. Some of the nations have certainly made advancements as start to put together AI task force. So that's one of the areas that we want to begin to focus on is laws and policies. And we want to be able to evangelize that to the people in the region because there's still not a lot of information out about AI and what we're doing from a policy perspective in the region. And you can see that based on the feedback from 98% of the respondents that said we need to increase our awareness among the citizens in the Caribbean about AI. So that says that we need to really invest in media and information literacy programs in the region, begin to talk about AI. I think the interesting thing is that we use AI on a daily basis, and even more so now since the release of ChatGPT, we've seen AI actually being infused into the technology. When we use Microsoft now, we have a co-pilot that's assisting us. When we use Zoom, this meeting platform, we also have someone that is assisting us to take notes. That is AI. So maybe we can begin to teach our citizens in the region that AI is with us today. We're constantly using it so that we can raise that awareness. And 79% of those respondents also felt like AI was that opportunity for us to bring development to the region. But again, they did not think that we had enough frameworks in place to govern the use of AI in a responsible way across the various industry sectors and use cases. And 67% now are aware of the potential risks associated with AI. But when we started the survey back in October, before they released ChatGPT in November of 2023, that number was down at maybe 43%. People were not aware of the potential risks. I think it does show that the discussion around AI now is increasing. People are understanding the potential risk. But here in the Caribbean, we need to make sure that we outline very specifically what our risks are for the region. Okay, so now I want to focus on the roadmap, and I want to give you the 4 pillars around where we're recommending we start to create policies, we start to work together collaboratively, and there's really 4 key areas. The first one is around our culture and creativity. There needs to be policy there. And we'll get into details on each one of these as well. Governance and transformation is another key area for us to coalesce around and create some policies around AI. We definitely have to focus on how we're going to upskill the region and provide educational opportunities for every citizen, from primary school all the way up to tertiary, all the way up to just general citizens, increasing their knowledge about how they can leverage and use AI. And then for resiliency and sustainability, we need to continue to look at how AI can address our climate change challenges and also create a more sustainable government structures around the world. How can we use AI really to improve citizen services that we're giving out to each of our citizens? So when I showed the policy areas that UNESCO had recommended for us to focus on globally in the recommendation, they were very broad. There was 17 to 18 different areas. And what we've done is we've grouped these together. And also, there's a little bit of a priority also in this map because we wanted to highlight the areas where we thought the greatest opportunity and potential threat could be. So the very first pillar that we focus on is really around our culture and creativity. And I don't think I have to speak to any of us here in the room about the importance of Caribbean creativity and our culture and protecting that in the age of AI. And the pillar here really is to help policymakers reflect on the importance of establishing robust governance frameworks and policies as it relates to our culture and our creativity, and policies that allow us to exploit that in a really great way, and also policies that allow the protection of our culture and creativity, safeguarding of our data, and ensuring the responsible and ethical deployment of AI technologies in the Caribbean and as it relates to our culture. So given the importance that our culture and creativity has for the region, we have a multi-billion-dollar orange economy. I think urgent action is really needed around this area to evolve the rights of people that are creating content, to protect our intellectual property, to identify areas where we can exploit the technology. And right now we have weak intellectual property and data protection laws that actually need to be bolstered up and to take into consideration some of the things that we're seeing AI do in the market around copyright infringement. We need to increase our digital literacy around this area as well, and make sure that we are addressing all of the ethical concerns that we have around data and privacy, and also access to the internet and our infrastructure. So
just a reminder to watch the time.
Okay, our time, yes. Okay, I'll move quickly. So the next area is around governance and transformation. We have a lot of work to do here in making sure that we can have all the policies around governance, around safeguarding the ethical deployment of AI. So this is a key area for all of us to work on as a group. The third area, again, is around upskilling and education, looking at our population as a whole and determining what pockets of people can we upskill. We know that there's going to be job loss associated with AI and the deployment of AI. So how can we take those people, upskill them, and potentially give them another career in another industry and potentially using AI as a tool? And resiliency and sustainability has all to do with the way that we use AI to help with our challenges that we have with climate change, and to leverage AI and the tools that we have to predict disasters and our response after disasters. The other important area here is how we use AI in our citizen services. How do we use it to bolster up our government and our processes in each of the regions? So I said a lot, and I know I need to come to the end of my presentation, but you're probably asking, well, how do we start? Where do we go? First of all, I think we need to assess current AI landscapes. And here at the CTU, I know that you're working on this. We need to continue to assess the landscape for AI in telecom, the opportunities that all of the operators have to use the technology to increase their services, to provide, excellent support for your customers. But then also the other opportunity is to make sure that as telecom providers, that you can provide that platform. You can provide the foundation for growth and development and for every person in the Caribbean to be able to leverage AI. We need to leverage the tools that we have because we have a number of tools that I talked about, the readiness assessment methodology, the ethical impact assessment. Use that. We can develop ethical frameworks. We need to enhance our data governance and privacy protection policies to take into consideration what's going on with AI. We have to promote the AI research for the region, innovations and centers of excellence, and begin to talk more about AI in our education and skills development campaigns. So ways to get involved. We're going to still continue to have a series of town halls that will be executed by UNESCO. And we're trying to talk to different groups of people individually and then bring everyone together. There is a big launch of the roadmap that is going to happen on the International Day for Universal Access to Information, which is September 28th every year. And if you want to get more information and get involved, you can join our email list here. The address is there. There's a survey. You can scan the QR code and continue to give your feedback in on the survey. I also have shared some UNESCO resources that you can go back and take a look at. There's several here that we talked about in the beginning. And if you want to contact Paul Hector, his email address is there, and my email address is there as well. Thank you for your time, for listening to the work that we've done around the UNESCO Caribbean AI Policy Roadmap, and we look forward to interacting and working with you in the future. All right, that is it. And I think I'm handing over. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Erica. And I think this roadmap amply describes the scope of what we have to undertake, and it provides an approach, which is the roadmap, of course, that can take us forward. And one of the things you mentioned was assessment survey or needs assessment survey on artificial intelligence. And let me go straight into that one at this present time and ask Dr. Banu Neopani from UNESCO to take us through the presentation on that needs assessment survey on artificial intelligence, digital transformation, and open data in SIDS. Dr. Neopani, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Let me
Okay, we're seeing it now.
Yes, thank you so much. My name is Banu Neopani, and I serve as an advisor for Open Solution ICT and Sciences at UNESCO. And thank you so much, Erica. There are several things that I already said. So I think that my presentation or her presentation provided a very nice segue to something that I'm going to talk about. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers, primarily CTU, for inviting us to be at the meeting today. And I also extend a very warm welcome to all the participants who are there. I would like to share with you some findings of the Artificial Intelligence Need Assessment Survey, which we carried out, and it took us, a staggering 2 years. And I'll give you a little background on why it took 2 years. Is the first, we were primarily waiting for the the artificial intelligence recommendation on ethics of artificial intelligence to be published. So the survey could only be implemented after that. That's the first thing. The second thing is that we also had to go back and to the member states, more than once, primarily to get their attention, and then also I think last 24 months, many countries were primarily coming out of COVID, and they were primarily changing their attention into something much more like less important at that time, I would say. So AI have positive effects for the development of a country, they may also have very unfortunate consequences. This is why this study sought to identify the state of AI in each country to determine its need, challenges, and opportunity. With the support of UNESCO, this survey is allowing us to generate some certain recommendations that seek to embrace and integrate AI, and then also create a roadmap, something like Erica just presented a minute ago. So just to give you a general overview, out of almost about 48 sets, we could we contacted all of them, but only 28 of them were responsive. Guyana is one of them, which also contributed to the survey. The survey was launched at the end of 2022, and it took an awful lot of time. We had to repeatedly go back to the member state, even we prepared a video. And as I said, many member states were transitioning their attention from COVID to the new technology. So I think that created some roadblock for us to gather their attention and then also to collect the information from their side. So out of these 28 member states that participated, 12 of them were from Caribbean region: Aruba, Dominican Republic, Curacao, Cayman Island, Grenada, Guyana, Haiti, Jamaica, St. Kitts and Nevis, Saint Martin, St. Vincent and Grenadine, Trinidad and Tobago. So these countries were very gracious enough, and they provided their information to us. The survey gauged the general awareness about AI, digital transformation, and open data, and we managed to get a comprehensive insight into countries' self-evaluation of their AI knowledge across policy development and application thereof. The finding revealed that while some nations demonstrate exemplary comprehension, with 5 excelling in artificial intelligence development, there remains a considerable gap in understanding, particularly in AI application and policy development, with several countries indicating limited knowledge. So this is something that we have taken as a basis to develop country-specific program, which we have already started to implement for a few countries. These results underscore the imperatives for educational initiative, knowledge sharing, and collaborative efforts to cultivate a more inclusive and informed global AI ecosystem. We had asked if the government had taken any official initiative to guide AI and training data related activities. Approximately a third of sets have taken some official measure to guide artificial intelligence. Reportedly, governments have taken different measures to guide their digital transformation processes. These include, development of new strategies, such as, one gentleman just posted, something that happened for Trinidad and Tobago, enactment of policies, development of new legislation, development of ethical guidelines. However, for approximately half of the sets, there is a need to pitch new starting point for AI and digital transformation processes. The survey revealed that among the Caribbean countries surveyed, only half of their parliaments are aware of the use of AI. This is primarily, we gauged, whether or not, Parliament has started to engage themselves in the matter that concerns artificial intelligence. Though no formal discussion have taken place, 3 countries reported some level of awareness on this one. So this was quite interesting, for us. The survey responses generated some valuable insight into awareness and engagement of SIDS regarding the role of AI in addressing critical development challenges. 4 SIDS countries are in the process of exploring AI's role, reflecting a growing consciousness and willingness to leverage AI for development. 3 countries demonstrated varied level of awareness, suggesting gap in understanding, despite some recognition of AI's potential is there. 3 countries currently lack awareness regarding artificial intelligence contribution to development challenges, while the remaining countries express uncertainty, indicating the need for further information and capacity building intervention from our side. These analysis This analysis underscores the diverse understanding within SIDS nations regarding AI's potential for development, and it emphasizes that the need for education and capacity building initiative across a different development and stakeholder spectrum. The survey finding revealed a spectrum of governmental involvement across its countries. None of the Caribbean countries responded any comprehensive support from the government, with its government employing a holistic strategy rather than AI-specific strategy for across governance as well as policy formulation. 2 countries demonstrate an immediate level of engagement, initiating activities focused on the specific AI domains. Meanwhile, 9 countries exhibited a fundamental but low level of government involvement, suggesting room for progress and broader approach. 3 SIDS nations lack discernible government engagement with artificial engagement with AI, indicating pressing need for AI-related policies to align with the global advancement that is taking place. As many of you participants today are involved in governance, governing internet and enhancing capacity building of involved stakeholders, I thought about highlighting the availability of educational material for artificial intelligence and data. Out of 28 countries that responded to the survey, 6 countries have developed teaching and learning materials on artificial intelligence and data, but 22 countries do not know about them and have to develop educational material for AI. We also found that there is a serious knowledge gap in terms of availability of scholarships and grants for AI and data. Some 28 SIDS reported that either there aren't scholarships and grant available for teaching and learning, but 10 countries have something available, and they have already started a process of providing it to advance the capacity of the young population. In the case of Caribbean region, 6 countries reported the availability of some educational opportunity on the use of AI and data. But I think, there is still a lot that needs to be done to bring it to some level that can start reaping the benefit of artificial intelligence and data back to its development processes. So the governments have taken to prioritize AI and data and digital transformation in different streams. In case of the Caribbean countries, 4 countries confirmed that incorporating AI technology into comprehensive development strategy, perhaps Trinidad and Tobago is one of them, On contrary, 8 countries noted AI and its development not being a priority at the national development objectives and plans. So perhaps there is something that the countries can definitely do. 4 countries have implemented strategies to prioritize the development and application of artificial intelligence technology, primarily to leverage the potential of AI to advance national development goal. So this actually, provides a very interesting, like space where a lot that can be done together. We also ask, it's not only UNESCO, but we have requested, given the fact that the survey was sent out to the National Commission related to UNESCO, we have perhaps the same recommendation will also be applicable to other. Many countries require resource mobilization for AI initiatives, so they require more resources. They also need some resources for gender mainstreaming for AI development and also for data to address data challenges. They also need some like international support to build partnership. And some said that they want to somehow mimic or start to replicate the standard setting instrument that UNESCO has to the country, and they have requested for the support. And many also, of course, requested for policy advice from us. But a majority of the countries required assistance in building human and institutional capacities and for advocacy and raising awareness as far as, artificial intelligence and data's contribution for development is concerned. So some of the key findings, and these are like sensu grosso for all 28 countries. All 28 countries have identified specific institutions responsible for artificial intelligence and open data. So I think we already have some hook at the country level that can be utilized or leveraged for AI and data development. Some initiatives are being formulated, but they do not include education system or curricula. So I think, for capacity building, primarily, we can, in fact, do a lot. Lots of countries have highlighted the considerable infrastructure gap as far as both, AI as well as, data is concerned. And then this is something that they have requested. One very important finding is AI cannot happen unless, the data is there. So there is a need to enhance existing, data ecosystem, but at the same time, strengthen data governance on the part of small island development state in Caribbean region as well. So we also need to prioritize AI and data initiative based on national needs and resources. So I think, there was some challenge that we found on the part of the governments to say that, whether to provide, water supply to public or to somehow, work on strengthening its AI and data initiative, across. And of course, all of the countries, requested a higher level higher level of engagement, as well as a request higher level of engagement from UNESCO as well as UN. So just to bring it closer to something that you just recently concluded in Antigua and Barbuda, as far as the agenda for CITES, or the new agenda which was established by the fourth CITES conference, and Abbas was, in fact, it was unanimously adopted by all countries. So one of the things, which basically rhymes with the conclusion of the survey is to enhance data collection and management. So there is a significant challenge of data collection, analysis, and technical capacity. This is something, that the CITES summit that was held in Antigua and Barbuda has concluded. They have also requested to enhance evidence evidence-based policy making and development financing for AI as well as data governance. There is also a call to establish a 6 centers of of excellence. But I think like if I speak for Guyana, Guyana has to say that or establish a context and what it is going to contribute to that center of excellence and what it is going to get out of that center of excellence. So still like that type of uncertainty exists. There is also a need to undertake strategic effort for technological advancement. This is something that Abbas concluded. So there is the promotion and use of advanced technology, primarily to create better paying jobs. So I think the member state have kind of requested the states across the board to identify what kind of dividend they are going to obtain from the investment that they will make both on artificial intelligence as well as for improved data governance. The fourth thing is digital infrastructure is there. Primarily, two things was spoken or concluded during Abbas. That is one, to strengthen the STI or science, technology, and innovation, like spectrum in the government. But at the same time, create a new digital societies by promoting STEM education. That is, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and so forth. So finally, which actually rhymes pretty much with the survey finding is which was also agreed during the Abbas, that capacity building and innovation, they basically require, enhancing human and institutional capacity in sets for quality data collection and analysis. So UNESCO stands ready for this. And then UNESCO has, in fact, requested countries to nominate itself, to become, pilot for data governance initiative that it has. It has recently published a data guideline, which is there. So if you are sitting in the crowd and if you think that something can be done on this one, we'll be more than happy. One of the things that Erica also had noted is to work primarily on open large language model. And then we have already started a project on along that line. And if you think that you are willing to be part of it,
we have time.
Email is there, and please do contact, and we'll take things forward from there. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Neopani, for that. I think the gaps have been identified in the survey results. We do have the roadmap to help guide us, but certainly there's a lot of work that still needs to be done. We do have some scheduled time a little later for an interactive discussion. So let me move on quickly to the case study. Let's see what we're doing in the Caribbean with respect to AI. And let's hear a case from the justice sector to be presented by Mr. Kevin Khelawan, who is an affiliate of the Caribbean Agency for Justice Solutions. So Kevin, the floor is yours.
Thank you very, very much. And hello and good day to everyone. Let me just say to the CTU a warm appreciation for the opportunity to participate in this 20th CIGF. So let me just share my screen. So we're going to talk a little bit. It's not going to be a very long presentation. We're going to talk a little bit about some AI-based solutions in the Caribbean justice sector. My name is Kevin Khelawan from Advent AI, and we are a strategic partner of the Caribbean Agency for Justice Solutions, where we work with the CAJS on AI-based solutions for justice. On the way to talking a bit about those actual solutions, I kind of wanted to talk a bit about the impact of AI in general. And the fact is that artificial intelligence is really going to have a much larger impact on the world than even the internet did. And the thing about it is that it's going to do so in a much shorter period of time. It took the internet, I don't know, 35, 40 years for it to have the level of impact that it has on us today. AI is not going to take that long. It's going to be significantly faster than that, or a shorter period than that. And the impact will be widely felt across the entire globe, and they'll have both positive and negative implications to that impact. I'm just using this statistic, not so much for the specifics of this statistic, but really to indicate that AI has the level of transformative impact that will ripple across everything that we do. And this joint Oxford Cognizant study indicated that 90% of jobs will be disrupted in some way by Gen AI. And, if we think about that, whether you think about the negative impact of that or the positive impact of that, understand that there will be impact. And it's important for us to be able to have the appropriate posture to be able to deal with that. They also found that that the technology's impact will influence us the rate at which businesses change across the globe, and how quickly individuals can adapt to that, to new ways of working. And some of that was mentioned earlier today with regard to using bots to capture meeting notes, etc., and summarizing those notes and providing next steps and so on. And that's just the very, very beginning of what that impact is going to look like. The big thing, as we're here in the Caribbean, to me, the big issue is understanding that we stand to be further marginalized, period. Not just limited to a thing called the global digital economy, but period. If we don't effectively understand and learn how to leverage AI across our societies and our economies. The UNESCO survey that was just presented, I thought was quite illustrative of the amount of work that we have to do. Now, to be clear, this is not a uniquely Caribbean issue, meaning it's not just the Caribbean that has to have a new posture with regard to AI. I mean, across the world, that's the case. But because of how quickly AI is transforming things, it's imperative that we in the Caribbean understand that as quickly as we can and embrace the fact that these changes are going to be taking place as holistically as we can. And I saw that the survey talked a lot about education and preparing sort of the next generation to be able to engage with this. And I think those things are really, really critical for us. So, coming out of fora like this, we have to not simply say this was a good presentation and appreciate the content, but we do in fact have to take practical steps to move in a direction that allows us to be effective participants in what is a technology that is steamrolling across the world, because it's not simply a trend. It's a new piece of technology that there's a lot of excitement around, and it is that, but it's more than that. It's a really significant shift in how humans and machines interact. And unlike many other technologies, AI will infuse practically everything that we do. It will transform our jobs. It will transform our nations, our organizations. It will transform everything. And that's really what the power of AI is. And so we have to be able to understand that and, make sure that, I don't like using the phrase not be left behind, but, unfortunately, that is reality. If we don't understand the significance of AI's impact. So as we shift into looking at what the CAJS has done, I want to talk just a little bit about intelligent applications. AI is extremely broad, and we just had 2 presentations with regard to policy and governance. There's an ethical considerations, and all those are aspects of AI. We could talk about machine learning and deep learning and neural networks and pre-trained models, etc. There's just a lot of scope. Instead, what I will do is just touch very briefly on this whole idea of intelligent applications, which are really software applications and solutions that are driven by or augmented by AI capabilities. So fundamentally, it's going to be applications that leverage some sort of AI model or models in delivering the value that those applications set out to do. So, and the thing about it is that this is directly connected to the kinds of impact that many of the surveys and research is indicating is happening, and it's also directly related to the growing size of the economic impact, which was also identified by in the UNESCO presentation. These applications are going to be a big part of the enhanced decision-making capabilities that we as people will be able to benefit from in the context of artificial intelligence. They'll perform tasks, but they'll also learn and evolve and adapt to continue to deliver a greater and greater value through that learning. And we'll also find that these applications will drive more and more automated and dynamic decision making. And while initially we might find that the quality of those decisions might be a bit wanting, it is with absolutely no doubt that that quality will only increase and improve. So intelligent applications have a big part of what that impact that we all talk about is going to come through these intelligent applications. Just as we sort of get into talk a bit about the CAD solutions, just wanted to make it clear that it's more than simply adding a model or two, an AI model or two to some application. There's a lot of additional work and so on that has to go into that to make sure that some of the things that were identified in the previous slide actually happen. In other words, it's not simply, let me connect to a chat GPT instance and I suddenly have an intelligent application. There's a lot of things that have to happen to really allow for those intelligent applications to deliver on the promise of delivering higher and higher value to society. Right, and we sort of alluded to this already, that the AI at the core of these applications are a big part of where the transformation, both in terms of how our typical work processes go, the transformation in terms of how economies scale, the transformation in terms of what innovations end up looking like in the next few years. These AI models would be significant as they drive those applications in ways that we would have not seen before. Okay, so let me just talk briefly now about the two intelligent applications from the Caribbean Agency for Justice Solutions, Judy and Ada. So the Judy application was released late last year, being used in a particular jurisdiction, and it facilitates the court operations in this particular case, allowing for the application to generate specific court documents in draft form that is part of a case process. What it turns out is that we found out that typically it would take a significant amount of time for those documents to be created, and they ended up being a bottleneck in, well, the delivery of justice, because the cases couldn't come or the matters couldn't come to a particular point of completion until those documents were created. And so this particular intelligent application allowed for the court to deliver the court-related or the case-related data, and then the application would process that data, understand the type of document that needs to be created, generate that document, and deliver the document to the court that in a form that allows them to edit and make corrections, adjust it, etc., before they formalize the process. So when Judy generates a document coming out of the ingested data, the clerk or the appropriate court official reviews that, makes any adjustments that they think they need to make, and then that document is finalized. And so, we went literally from many weeks where the court might be waiting on a document to be produced to minutes once the data was ingested. And so the CAJS deployed that solution first in a court in the Bahamas. The second solution that I identify is our Ada solution, and that is a natural language-based research tool that allows for stakeholders in the justice sector to be able to do research on very domain-specific data. In this particular case, the data for the jurisdiction was ingested and allows for the stakeholders to basically interrogate that data. So they might be doing research, trying to understand what precedents might have existed in some matter that they're involved in. And basically, the application allows for the user to be able to search that through in a conversational manner, using natural language to be able to extract the insight that exists buried within the data to help them in whatever work that they were doing. So in one live example that I happened to witness, this particular stakeholder was needed to do some research, and they engaged in a conversation with Ada, drilling in. So, asking about matters that might have been upheld on some particular basis, and then when answers were delivered, the stakeholder was able to recognize those cases and okay, yes, okay, but I need civil cases only. And so just said, okay, no, give me civil cases only. That was the sort of conversation component. And the application went on to deliver, to identify the civil cases only, and so on. And I mean, and, you know, so it's a conversation where more questions were asked and answers provided and clarity was obtained. And then the application would allow the user to be able to create a summary of their session. So an executive summary was created saying these were the key issues, be able to create a document and be able to share that document with collaborators if that was necessary. So those are the two applications.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Limited time.
Yeah, this is my last slide, just to talk a bit about these applications. Those are the two applications that the CAJS has deployed, and you know, it's built on top of all that I would have sort of discussed before in terms of driven by these different AI models to facilitate the delivery of the value that the justice sector is currently being able to derive from it. And that's it. Thank you very much. Appreciate
Thank you, Kevin. You mentioned Bahamas. Is anywhere else as yet?
Well, yes, but they haven't formally announced it yet. So
okay.
I don't want to do that.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you, Kevin. All right, so we have heard a bit about AI this morning. We have a policy roadmap. We've seen initial results from a survey which shows there are significant gaps, and we've seen a specific case study. So I guess we do have a question in the Q&A, and we'll, depending on how long that takes, we'll try to take at least one from the audience. On the Q&A, we have, how do you ensure, and this is from Deidre Williams, or Albert would want me to say Deirdre Williams. How do you ensure that the data used by the algorithm is accurate and complete?
So you want to take the second part?
Yes, and maybe I take the second one, the gentleman at the back of the room. If you could identify yourself as well.
Thank you. Fitzgerald, your Guyana. I really don't have a question. I just want to say something based on the presentations we got about AI. That I want to just share a perspective from Cornell University, a webinar I attended, where basically the output was that we need to encourage everyone to use AI and not see it as an externality. We use AI to supercharge creativity and innovation, and that leads to the fact that we need to improve digital access for all, because AI really is on a platform of digital access. And the other thing is that we should also spread what, for example, Sandals is doing in the private sector, which is to incorporate AI fully into its operations, and that needs to be an example for all of us. And Sandals, as we know, is a very successful hotel chain. And the third thing I wanted to just add is that there's a global index for responsible AI, GRI, and we should probably Google that, and it would give us some information on what's happening in the Caribbean and globally on responsible use of AI. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And yes, there are the positives and the negatives. It exists, and it's progressing because of the positives. I think the encouragement is welcome. So for the AI presenters and practitioners who presented this morning, how do you respond to the question? How do you ensure that the data used by the algorithm, I guess the AI, is accurate and complete? What are some of the things you do? Kevin, since you
Yeah.
implemented something, maybe you could start.
Yeah, sure, no problem. In our case, for both those applications, the data came directly from the organizations. And as a result, they supplied the data and we had to basically, part of the solution would be processing that data and making use of it. So it's very specific to them. So it was not sort of broad general data where we didn't know the quality of the data or how accurate it was.
All right, so that one was clear. I don't know if anyone from UNESCO has any comment that they might want to add to that.
I'll just add a few thoughts that right now, when we look at where the data is coming from, it is general purpose data. And in many cases, it might not be applicable to the US, to the region. They're coming from the United States. They're coming from tech companies. They're coming from other places where data is being collected. That's why the whole discussion around data and governance and how we are going to develop our expertise around those topics is very, very important. Because if we do begin to adopt technologies that have general purpose data, not specific data like Kevin talked about, but general data, we do run the risk of some of the challenges that we're seeing in other parts of the world with marginalization of people, discrimination, that kind of thing. So making sure that we can start to think about data as an asset. We talk about this in the roadmap. Data has renewable exponential value. And so we need to figure out how we're going to create repositories for data here in the Caribbean, and also how we're going to monetize data so that we can get our citizens to be able to contribute data to that. And we'll need to think about creating our own unique data sets here in the region. So that's a huge opportunity for us to be able to think about commercializing the data and information. And in our policies, we should be looking at where the actual training data is coming from the systems that we're wanting to implement. So it's a huge area of opportunity for us. We should certainly be looking at it and the upside as well.
Yes, thank you very much. I think that data point is quite key. That's how you minimize, I suppose, the bias that you see in the weird results or hallucinations you get coming from them. Dr. Paul Hector from the UNESCO has raised a hand. Paul, please.
Thank you very much, Nigel, and my apologies. I had a bit of an emergency, so I couldn't join you earlier. Just wanted to flag the readiness assessment methodology and the ethical impact assessment. These are two tools which have been developed by UNESCO, which look at the whole process of implementing AI within organizations, within systems, and which address some of those thorny issues around data quality and how we can sort of put in place checks and measures to look at them. Thank you very much for the opportunity for us to present our work here with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Folks, unfortunately, we have to switch gears a bit now to the next policy topic we are dealing with. And we're going to move to strategic cybersecurity and digital resilience. The presenter for this will be Mr. Khelawan Swift of LACNIC. So, Khelawan, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Nigel, and good morning to everyone again. And please just give me a minute while I project my presentation for this morning. And yes, my voice has gotten a lot better, so I hope that does help with the delivery of this presentation. Great. So the issue I like to speak about here, it's strategic cybersecurity imperatives and digital resilience in the Caribbean. And the reason why we felt it was important to present this topic is that quite often when we talk about cybersecurity, we seem to get somewhat lost into what would be the trends happening to cybersecurity, there isn't a lot of clarity of cybersecurity at the organizational level versus what needs to happen at a national level. So the focus of this presentation is looking at cybersecurity from a national level, from a community level, which goes beyond the tools and guidelines that one would do within an organization. So for this morning, we're going to look at cybersecurity in a national context, look at the focus areas based on best practice, looking at how we measure those efforts and their different measurements I like to have you see, and also speak about recurrent pain points. And the idea, as I said, is to look at this from a national context, but also for us to understand what is the scope of the issues that are being addressed when we think about cybersecurity from that national perspective, and who exactly is involved, what are the roles and responsibilities within a national endeavor. So for the purpose of this presentation, we have a definition here of cybersecurity that says it is the collection of tools, policies, guidelines, risk management approaches, actions, trainings, best practices, assurance, and technologies. So you have there what it is in terms of substantive objects, and it is used to protect the availability, integrity, and confidentiality of assets in connected infrastructures pertaining to government, private organizations, and citizens. So we see exactly who is subjected to this with this definition. And of course, we have an explanation as to what these assets would include, and those are connected computing devices, personal infrastructure, applications, services, telecommunication systems, data in the cyber environment. So this is very comprehensive. It doesn't just speak to what we do within an organization, but it looks at what a focus could be from the national level. And why we need a national level focus. Here are 3 points I'd like for you to reflect on. A national cybersecurity initiative would be an expression of the vision of high-level objectives, principles, and priorities that guide a country in addressing cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is one of these endeavors that, besides being cross-cutting in terms of organizations, it's also transnational. When we consider what the major threats are occurring within our ecosystem, these threats always tend to have a transnational component. So it is needed that we have this sort of vision as to what we would like to protect as a national community. Secondly, a national focus gives us an overview of the stakeholders tasked with improving cybersecurity of the nation and their respective roles and responsibilities. I mentioned that just now. And then we have a description of the steps, programs, and initiatives that a country will undertake to protect its national cyber infrastructure, and in the process, increase its security and resilience. So beyond just the question of data in cyberspace, cyber infrastructure is a great area of focus that sometimes is often understated, and we'll get into a bit more about what we mean by cyber infrastructure. It may not be just the telecoms infrastructure or critical information infrastructure as we would assume that is all that is required. We're actually talking about critical infrastructures across the board for which there is some sort of cyber component. Also, just to give a bit of clarification between the nuanced approach between cybersecurity and cybercrime or cybercrime prevention, we see here how those nuances play out. So cybersecurity at the national level talks about trust, resilience, reliability of ICT, non-intentional ICT security incidents, and then we merge into cybercrime prevention when we start to talk about computer-related and content-related offenses, anything that affects the availability, integrity, reliability of data. And then we have, of course, those human rights components, ensuring the rule of law, ensuring that there are safeguards, and ensuring that there is due and proper criminal justice process. Cybercrime as well will often concern itself with the questions of digital evidence or electronic evidence. But of course, that ties back into cybersecurity, which always has a recovery component, but should lead to what would be the judicial process. And for us to get an idea of the areas involved when we speak about cybersecurity at a national level, first and foremost, governance. Governance is of the utmost importance. For any national initiative, you need to have the highest level of support, and therein lies a clear role for government, and more so within government, a specific office that it has the mandate and could ensure that there's intragovernmental cooperation when required. It needs to have a competent authority to drive it. Cybersecurity is still viewed as a new area when you look at government portfolio. For the most part, across the Caribbean and many countries, you see it as a hand-holding exercise between ministries of national security and digital transformation ministries. And of course, for those of you in the know, there are some tensions there. What I can tell you is that even at the Commonwealth level and interacting with stakeholders from across the African Commonwealth, there is no magic solution to that. There will always be somewhat some intentions between a national security focus, which looks at the wider picture of ensuring the stability of the state, versus the digital technology focus, which looks at transformation and resilience as an end goal. It's always going to be that sort of give and take approach when it comes to addressing cybersecurity. But you must have, at the end of the day, a clear authority that is established that can drive future developments when it comes to strategic cybersecurity. So here I mentioned intragovernmental cooperation. Intersectoral cooperation is a huge part of it. This refers particularly to those that provide services for the state, not only the state, but those who provide services that have a public policy impact. So by that I mean, by virtue of the majority of people getting services from a telecommunications company, it is important that there are strong relationships built between public sector agencies and telecommunications companies. When we think about the internet ecosystem, we go into various other parts. We talk about domain name registrars and registries, the internet registries and the like. So there are many different actors that must be involved, and there needs to be a clear effort and a clear expressed vision of ensuring that relationships are built to address cybersecurity issues as they occur, and dedicated budgets and resources, and of course, having a plan. It also looks at risk management at a national level. I'll go along a bit faster here. So common methodologies, sectoral risk profiles and policies. You look at preparedness and resilience. So cybersecurity incident response capabilities, contingency plans, crisis management plans, and of course, undergoing simulation exercises that is very critical to developing the sort of resilience and preparedness that we need. When it comes to the critical infrastructure and services, we have to also include essential services. So it deals with risk management to protect critical information, infrastructure services, a governance model with responsibilities, leveraging the market levers that naturally exist, and of course, strengthening PPPs. For capacity and capability and awareness building, cybersecurity needs to develop in curricula, but not just traditional curricula that are obtained, such as your CSEC and CAPE advanced levels. We need to understand that there's a constant need for skills development and upskilling that goes beyond traditional academic structure. And that is something that must be taken into account at a national level. Of course, within companies, that is very useful, but it has to be inculcated in what we want to see as a national effort towards cybersecurity. And of course, investments in research, development, and innovation in cybersecurity. We also talk about the legislative component. So cybercrime legislation, safeguards, compliance mechanisms, data protection, and I believe Erica highlighted a lot and some of the difficulties we have within the Caribbean's data protection regimes. And that was more geared towards how we treat with artificial intelligence, but on a whole, how do we appropriately protect personal privacy? That is still an ongoing concern, given the types of developments that are occurring and the sort of mixed match level of implementation we see of data protection guidelines within the Caribbean. And of course, international cooperation, where cybersecurity is actually a foreign policy imperative. It's not just a technical issue. It's a technical meets management issue at an organizational level. It's a technical meets management meets national interest issue when we think about it at the national level. And again, ensuring that there's alignment between domestic and international efforts, particularly important when you think about the cybercrime component in cybersecurity. You need to ensure that there are comparable standards for criminalizing, penalizing malicious behavior online. If there are not comparable standards and understanding an attack for the most part is going to be transnational, you are unable to receive assistance or even provide assistance when a transnational event occurs. And again, the formal and informal cooperation. Formal will refer to the legal instruments such as mutual legal assistance. The traditional mutual legal assistance systems do not work for cyber threats. They take too long. Digital evidence is very volatile. So you need to find new mechanisms, such as those contained within the Budapest Convention and now the new UN Convention on Cybercrime. And informal cooperation speaks to 24/7 points of contact systems between technical teams, being able to participate in trusted spaces and having a name and an immediate contact to call someone when an incident occurs, being able to have that person provide some sort of advice as to how to mitigate the incidents and then prepare everyone involved in that towards the collection of digital evidence. Of course, there's a recovery component, which goes back to business continuity, but having the technical teams understand the need to also produce digital evidence and then liaise with law enforcement, that's also a major concern. So I'm not going to take too long on this, but this just gives you the idea of the phases of a cybersecurity plan, starting from initiation, stock taking analysis, production of national cybersecurity strategy, implementation, monitoring, evaluation. It is cyclic. There are various components where you will need to make adjustments. And to the right here, I've just put what should be a baseline governance approach where you need an executive. You need to create a dedicated steering committee to lead a national initiative. You need to have a component of that deals with projects, and you need advice. And the advice component is really where we should have the strongest participation of the private sector and civil society within this whole idea of keeping a national community safe. So I'm going on to the measurements. The most notable of them would be the GCI, the Global Cybersecurity Index, developed by the ITU. Why is the ITU involved in this? Going back to the days of WSIS, the World Summit on the Information Society, in terms of the WSIS action lines coming out of the Tunis agenda, there's an action line called C5 for which the ITU is responsible, which deals with making and keeping people safe online. So the ITU has always been the prominent actor on the global scale and with a very global vision as to what we should be looking at when it comes to cybersecurity. But of course, there are other actors involved. This GCI measures the scope of legal measures, technical measures, organization measures, capacity development, cooperation, and it ranks them. And to give you a further appreciation as to what that means, under legal measures, we look at some form of cybersecurity legislation, data protection regulations, critical infrastructure regulations. Under technical, they speak to active CSIRTs, not just CSIRTs on paper, but active CSIRTs that are engaged at a regional level and that also support child online protection. Organizational looks at cybersecurity strategies, cybersecurity agencies, child online protection as a succinct area of all that we do on a cybersecurity landscape. When it comes to the capacity development, we look at cyber awareness. We also talk about research and development programs and countries that have cybersecurity industries. And the idea of cybersecurity industries is that ability to create cybersecurity capabilities that are proactive and not just reactive and defensive. And then we have cooperation, where we talk about the public-private partnerships, bilateral agreements, mutual agreements. The last GCI index is of 2020. I'm not going to put a ranking of the Caribbean countries in there because since 2020, the data sets there would have been prior to that, and there have been a lot of developments in the region. But we still have a lot to do, and I think all of us here in the room are fully aware of that. I wanted to point us now to the CMM. So what exactly is the CMM? This is an initiative. Well, this report is an initiative by the Inter-American Development Bank and the OAS CTU in particular. CMM is a methodology developed by Oxford University back in 2013, and they look at the maturity of cybersecurity capacity, and they use these 5 dimensions here. So this maturity, first and foremost, they rank maturity in 5 ways. You have from the very earliest level, which is the startup phase. Then you move into formative. Formative means some aspects has begun to grow and formulated, but they still may be ad hoc or disorganized. Then we have established cybersecurity maturity, which means elements of the aspects are in place and functioning, but there's no well thought out consideration of the relative allocation of resources. Resources being allocated is key. Then we get to strategic cybersecurity. At this stage, choices have been made about which indicators of the aspect are important and which are less important for the particular organization or state. And then we get to dynamic, where we have clear mechanisms in place to alter strategy. So being agile and flexible is the end goal as to what we would like to achieve at a national level when we think of our capacity. And to alter strategy depending on prevailing circumstances, such as the technological sophistication of the threat environment. The threat environment evolves at a much faster rate as those who are in the planning part of the equation can actually plan. So evolution as well of global conflict, significant change in one area such as cybercrime and privacy. So dynamic organizations have to develop methods for changing strategies in stride. It involves rapid decision-making, reallocation resources, constant attention to the changing environment. I think you can already foresee how this goes completely against traditional government culture. I'm not just talking about the Caribbean. Government culture is not one of being rapid and agile, but rather taking a lot more concerted and well-placed steps. I mean, it deals with public interests and taxpayer dollars, but there needs to be some sort of give and take when we come to the cyber dimension. And what I liked about the CMM, and I'm sure that my time is running out, is that the CMM points to the various dimensions.
Yes,
and,
indeed.
The one at the bottom here, standards, organizations, tech technology. So I'm not putting one methodology over the other. They're both quite valid, but this standards, organizations, technologies goes right into my back pocket as the technical community. It alludes to the work that is done at a technical level to provide security. So I just wanted to give you a high level of this Internet Resilience Index, which has been developed by the Internet Society, for which there are these 4 dimensions: infrastructure, security, performance, and market readiness. And on the security end, some of the concepts that you have heard yesterday, these are the things that people that are operators that are in the trenches of the electronic communications chain that they need to ensure from a cyber component, and this adds to the national effort. Obviously, government stakeholders and may not be fully aware that this is something that it is occurring at technical community level. The idea is never to regulate or to stipulate, but to encourage and to have open feedback and open lines of communication between technical development and what happens on a policy national level for us to be secure. So IPv6, HTTPS, but in terms of enabling technologies. With the DNS ecosystem, my colleague from ICANN, Nicolas, spoke about DNSSEC. So we need DNSSEC. DNSSEC is just a cryptographic signature to existing DNS records. You need to adopt DNSSEC and validate it. Manners is the mutually agreed norms for routing security supported by the Global Cyber Alliance. It's a voluntary system of everyone who is involved in routing security to work voluntarily on implementing standards, upstream redundancy. And for security threats, secure internet servers. There are a lot of open servers that are vulnerable. The GCI there is also important in understanding the length and breadth of security threats, DDoS potential, and spam infections. The last point I would like to leave here is that we are not void of a lot of these conversations at the CARICOM level. We have the CARICOM CSAM. And of course, we see some best practices within the CSAM in terms of governance, public awareness, sustainable capacity building, technical standards, legal environment. But we do have some efficiencies, and I hope that we can use this at some point to stimulate conversation. Governance is still an issue in the Caribbean. We have no clear cybersecurity leaders. There need to be cybersecurity leaders at the national level, at the regional level. Besides what we have on paper, there needs to be well iterated or well expressed version or authority that can lead these matters. And that will help with the other related issues of the mandated or the limited mandates we see across agencies, and of course, the impact that has on budgets. We need that our national cybersecurity strategies are frequently updated. I know the starters in the Caribbean were Trinidad and Tobago and Jamaica with cybersecurity strategies on 2013, and since then, neither of the two countries have had an updated strategy. We have these challenges of retaining, engaging, upskilling cybersecurity professionals. This is exacerbating in the Caribbean because at a global level, we have a shortage of 3.4 million professionals required for the cybersecurity sector. Critical infrastructure still remains vulnerable. We still have those difficulties to protect personal privacy because of the disparate level of implementation of data protection. And we have some sort of confusion with cybersecurity capacity building actors and assistance available, for which the GFCE, the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise, is instrumental in providing a clearinghouse function for national communities to understand who does what and what is available. And of course, I'll go even further and say that the CTU within the Caribbean ecosystem is well positioned to also guide countries along with CARICOM impacts, but to also guide countries in terms of the developments that we are seeing. So with that, I'd like to stop because I know we're running out of time. I've said a lot.
Yes, indeed.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Thank you for that presentation of that very clear and useful framework for cybersecurity. I'm happy to say that a lot of the Internet Resiliency Index and elements, we were able to go through it in a little greater detail yesterday. So it's good to see how it fits into an overall strategic picture for cybersecurity at a national level. We are running a bit out of time, so what I'll ask is if you have any questions for him, please put it in the Q&A pod, and we'll see if we could deal with them either in writing or on the floor, maybe a little after. Our final speaker for this section is Mr. Albert Daniels of ICANN, and we're going to focus a bit on building the digital economy now in the Caribbean, and he's going to tell us about an opportunity, very imminent opportunity actually, within his organization ICANN for what they call the next round of generic top-level domains, and the programs that ICANN has to support underserved areas as far as domain names are concerned. So, Mr. Albert Daniels, floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Nigel. I must tell you that when I asked Nigel how much time he was giving me last night, he told me 20 minutes. And while I was sitting at the table moments ago, he said, Albert, we have to make an adjustment. We'll just take out the zero. Zero is nothing, so you have 2 minutes. But thank you very much. It really is an honor again to present today. I will correct something that Nigel just said. He said Albert is going to talk to you about his organization. ICANN is not my organization. And it is more your organization than it belongs to the staff. The first thing that we need to realize is that ICANN is an ecosystem made up of 3 parts. And interestingly, the most important part within ICANN is the global multi-stakeholder community. What is that? Representatives of end users. And I'm really happy today because I have lots of local examples. Within ICANN, we have something called LACRALO. Don't worry about what the acronym means yet. And in LACRALO, you have ALSs. Don't worry about that acronym either. But understand that that is the section in the ICANN ecosystem, in the ICANN multi-stakeholder framework where users, end users, have a voice. And we are honored, I say honored, because he's a very important person, to have with us in the room Lance Hines, who's going to be the next chair of the Latin American Caribbean Regional at Large Organization. And he is Guyana's voice, the leader of Guyana's voice of end users within the ICANN multi-stakeholder community. We also have representatives of governments within ICANN, and from a Guyana perspective, your new representative on what we call the GAC is Andre Griffith. He represents the perspective of governments, Guyana government, in the ICANN ecosystem, but they are also observers, and we have representatives of the observers here. We have the CTU, Rodney Taylor, and Nigel Casimir, and the CARICOM Secretariat. Jennifer was in the room, but she just stepped out. The CARICOM Secretariat is also a member of ICANN's Governmental Advisory Committee. Continuing on, we also have representatives of another community within ICANN called the CCNSO, the Country Code Name Supporting Organization. And we have 2 Guyanese representatives in that body, Raymond Khan, and let me make sure I get this name correct, Michael Brehaspat. Did I get it close enough? Yeah, he waved, so it's okay. Again, this is local representation within the ICANN ecosystem. So these 3 parts in the ICANN ecosystem are the ICANN community, multi-stakeholder community, the ICANN board, which makes the final decisions on policies which are proposed by the ICANN community. We also have a representative of the ICANN board, our colleague Martin Botterman. And then finally, you have most insignificantly the ICANN organization, the ICANN staff, which simply facilitates the community in policy development and executes the decisions which have been taken by the ICANN board. So Nigel, it is not my ICANN, it is your ICANN. And I say that to all of you because each of you have a very important voice in the development of policy within ICANN. And what we are going to do now is quickly, as the slides come back up, take a look at one of the results of policy development within the ICANN community. Very simply put, you, the ICANN community, decided some time ago that you were not satisfied with the top-level domain names that were available on the internet. The ICANN organization facilitating you in developing a policy facilitated discussions, which led to a new round of generic top-level domain names. So new generic top-level domain names were introduced back in 2012, and again in 2026 we are going to have a new round of registration of top-level domain names, and that's what I'm going to talk about a little bit in the 2 minutes that I have. We're first going to get some opening comments. We look at an overview of the new gTLD program. Very importantly, we'll discuss the Applicant Support Program, which is a way for underserved regions to participate in this next round with financial and other support. And then we'll look at the approach that ICANN is taking to doing outreach to you, like me speaking to you today, about this program and how you can actually participate in it. So if we look at this slide, we see some of what we called generic top-level domain names. And there are some that we are familiar with, .org, .com, and so on. And you also have some of the newer ones, .paris, .dance, .name, .charity, .chase, .baby, and so on. So in 2012, well, like I mentioned, business communities, governments, and other organizations applied for some of these new generic top-level domain names. And if you look carefully at this slide, you will see there are some domain names that are in characters that are not what we recognize in English, from A to Z or from 0 to 1. And these are what we refer to as internationalized top-level domain names, which are domain names which allow more countries to participate on the internet in their own scripts, actually increasing inclusion and participation. So just by way of quick explanation, the top-level domain name is what you see after that last dot. So if you look at the ICANN domain, ICANN.org, the .org is what we refer to as a generic top-level domain name. Now, the new gTLD program, Generic Top-Level Domain Name Program, is going to have this next round aimed at making more domain names available in the domain name system so that the internet becomes more inclusive and more usable to more users. And what we have set ourselves as a target for determining whether this round is successful is by having applications that include new communities, new voices, voices in new scripts from new geographic and ethnic regions. And we also are expecting and looking forward to seeing a significantly higher proportion of applications from entities submitted from outside North America. I'd like someone to take a guess. How many generic top-level domain names you think were applied for in the last round where there were as many as 1,200 new generic top-level domain names? How many you think came from the Caribbean? I don't have any prizes right now. I'll bring next time. But how many applications do you think there were from the Caribbean? Take a guess. 14, a big fat 0. 0. And we are trying to change that in this round, if I could see the slides again. And what we are trying to do is make outreach to the community. We want to ask you, who do you think would be good applicants to take advantage of this program? Who do you think would benefit from participating in this program? Who are they? How can we reach them? And how can we get the information across to them? And ICANN is also going to be deploying something we call an ASP, an applicant support program, which will assist financially with regard to applications. So these are some of the opportunities that there are right now for actually making use of new generic top-level domain names. Businesses and brands can use them. Communities and cultures can actually use them. Geographic locations and regions can use them. Governments and intergovernmental organizations, and also special groupings and memberships, and very importantly, users of diverse scripts. We can have top-level domain names in Chinese, in Arabic, in Hindi, and so on. All of that is available. It all works on the internet right now, but we need you, the community, to participate and tell us who you know who can participate in this particular program. So with these new generic top-level domain names, the internet can be used in new ways. We can build digital inclusivity, and we can, customers can use scripts in their own languages. We can provide new groups with the opportunity to create their own space. We heard about the orange economy. Communities can create their own space on the internet with a domain name that actually represents them much better than those that are currently available. And again, we see some more industry-specific examples, .photography, .rugby, .bank. So for example, anytime you see something ending in .bank, it would be obvious what type of organization that is, and there should be an element of trust which exists when you know you're using something that ends in a .bank. Similarly, if we look at some examples of what you can do with .new, playlist.new, doc.new, We have location-based new gTLDs, .term and .nyc. Those exist already. You see the ones in foreign language characters. You see the brands, .google, .apple, and of course online identities like .blog. So again, there are several benefits, as you can see on this slide, and the slides will be published. So some of this slide indicates some of the areas that you can add value to your organization by using and operating a new generic top-level domain name. And in the interest of time, I will not go into each specific one. And when you apply for a new generic top-level domain name, you actually become what we refer to as a registry operator. The registry is this database of all of the domain names below the top-level domain name. If our top-level domain name is .new, then playlist.new and docs.new would be in that database. So you control that. And you also have to operate it, which means you set the requirements for the new generic top-level domain name, and you also determine the policies surrounding that top-level domain name. Now, there are some important financial considerations for applying, and this is where the rubber hits the road, as it were. The application fee for a new generic top-level domain name is in the region of $208 to $293. This is an estimate, $1,000 US. So clearly, it is not something trivial. And the fee was one of the barriers which was identified in the previous round to participation from the Caribbean. Very shortly, I will mention what ICANN has done to try to mitigate that problem of these high fees, because anybody who operates a business in any country of the Caribbean will know that this kind of fee is almost unreachable. It may represent years of total income for one company. And there are also fees for operating the registry, which ICANN is seeking to assist with as well. So now we will talk a little bit about what ICANN is planning to do in the next round in terms of assisting applicants so that they can participate in the new round of generic top-level domain names. We are going to be having an applicant support program, but there are some criteria for getting support. The criteria is listed on this slide. Obviously, there will be due diligence. We will have to establish financial need and also ensure that whoever gets assistance will be able to continue after they get that assistance. And there will be a very thorough eligibility criteria that is actually looked at. And, sorry? I only have 30 seconds left. Oh, he said 5 minutes. So the applicant support program will support applicants to the new generic top-level domain name program. And here you have the types of organizations who can actually apply: not-for-profits, intergovernmental organizations, indigenous peoples, and micro and small business. And this slide shows the type of assistance that will be available to qualifying participants: training materials, capacity development, access to a counselor, and a list of what we call registry service providers who are able to run the registry for you if you can't do it yourself, who will all be certified. But very importantly, see this figure, 75% to 85% reduction in that fee that I told you of just moments ago. And this is aimed, once you qualify, at reducing the burden of actual participation in the program and applying to participate in the program. So let's see what I can do in the little time that I have left. So obviously there's going to be an evaluation of applicants, which would follow 2 phases, general business and due diligence phase. And then secondly, an evaluation phase, which is importantly going to be conducted by a third-party vendor. The ICANN staff are not going to be doing this evaluation because everything needs to be open and transparent. And after qualified applicants have been selected, then they actually have to apply for the new gTLD, and we continue with the process. So in terms of some key dates, the application submission period for the ASP opens up on the 19th of November and it runs for a year until the 19th of November 2025. There will be a guidebook which comes out which gives guidance on how you can go about applying for applicant support. And then later on in April 2026, we will see the actual launch of the application process for new generic top-level domain names. So ICANN is attempting to do a lot of work to get the message out there, to talk about the next round of generic top-level domain names, to talk about the applicant support program, trying to use non-traditional media like newspapers and television and radio programs and so on. And the whole idea is that we want you to know what's going on with this program, and we also want you to tell us who you feel should be participating in this program and how we can actually go about reaching them. Because the overall objective is to actually ensure that the community gets best value from this program. So we will continue to do our outreach and engagement, and we will rely on you as members of the community to assist ICANN in spreading the word and ensuring that we get good participation. So just maybe a few more slides quickly. There's going to be a toolkit that helps you promote the program. These are some key dates for events that are recently passed and events coming up. And then, of course, there are the usual ways of staying in contact with ICANN and keeping abreast of what is going on. So, Nigel, I hope I didn't go too far off. And hopefully, there'll be some time for one or two questions.
Yes, thank you very much, Albert.
The main program.
I know we may have to have a working break or something because there is the Guyana focus session to take place. This is an opportunity for the Caribbean. I mean, is this the opportunity for us to do a .Caribbean, for example, or any other great idea that people might have to build the digital economy in the region? He's here, so maybe I'll give the opportunity for possibly one question to Albert about it. And we have Mr. Lance Hines that you mentioned, incoming president of LACRALO. Okay, very good. Mr. Hines?
Not so much a question. Well, I'll probably get to a question in a second. But we're going to need some more education on the ground in terms of what the generic top-level domain pertains to, the importance of it, whether small business or whether not-for-profit organizations, how do you apply it, and stuff like that. A little more breakdown on the cost, because even though there is a 75% reduction, as you go back through the registration process, there may be some additional costs that we're going to have to take into consideration. So it's not just the reduction itself, but some of that cost that you're going to run into as you go through the application process. So that education, I think, is going to be, we cannot assume that the understanding of the role of the gTLD is going to, certainly in the European or the American or even the African sense, is going to be different, certainly in this part of the region, because of the education that we're going to need. I didn't check. I know the GNSO, the Generic Name Services Organization, had raised earlier some concerns about the program, understandably, because they have paid $300,000, $400,000, and the concern about the possible delineation of the domain because of a program like this were some issues that they had raised. I did not go back to check and see whether they are good with this now or they are still objecting and there's going to be an issue. So that is something that we're going to take into consideration that despite the fact that the applicant support program is going to be in effect, there is going to be some continued pushing and shoving, I imagine, by the GNSO. So it's just those kinds of things to bring to the attention.
Thank you very much, Lance. And your initial comment is exactly the kind of comment that we are looking for at the ICANN organization. we need to see more education. And we're hoping that the ICANN org can reach out to you with your network on the ground, with your community on the ground, to do some of that education. We will support you if you can get groups together, not just in Guyana, but in any of the Caribbean territories, because this is exactly what our objective is, to reach out to a broader community, not just the persons who are in ICANN meetings who understand most of this already, but new individuals, new organizations who would benefit from participating in this program. With regard to the fees, I would just say that there is also the possibility of reduced or even waived base registry operator fees. So yes, there is that reduction for the application, but as the program goes on, the ASP also will be tackling a waiver and reduction in some of the ongoing operational fees. And to deal with that last point, the program is ongoing. There are specific dates you saw on one of those slides. The ASP will be launched, it will be running for a year, and the new generic top-level domain names are expected to actually be having an opening window in April 2026. So the program is moving forward. And all of those discussions did take place in the GNSO and the other places that you mentioned.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Albert. And I want to thank all the speakers we've had so far this morning. We will take a very short break now to resume at, let's say, 11:35. And we'll get into the Guyana focus session at that point. Hopefully we'll be able to finish it by 12:30, which will leave us an hour for lunch. So thank you very much. We'll take the break now.
On behalf of the CTU, I'm kindly asking for those who have attended day 1 and day 2, if you can kindly please fill the evaluation form found on the CTU's website. Let me just make the introduction. All right, great, everyone. Thank you so much again for joining us and those who are joining us online. We do believe that this morning we had an extremely interactive and a well-informative session. Many of you here can agree. For those that are joining us online, I am aware that Zoom has many reactions, so we'd love to see those reactions as the day goes by. This next session is going to bring it all into perspective from us here in Guyana. I do believe that Mr. Andre Griffith, who is no stranger to us, will be bringing that information to us, and it will be based on the status of Guyana's internet infrastructure and how we become a data-driven economy. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Andre Griffith.
Good morning, everyone. This session, I hope, is going to be very interactive, and that's going to depend on how long I speak or not long. I don't intend to speak very long, and how much you interact and how little I speak. So I am going to try to keep my end of the bargain up by speaking as little as possible, and then to get some interactions. Is there anyone from GTT, Digicel, or ENET in the room? They all said they might have been here, and if they came, we would have some very interesting information from them. But I don't see anyone in the room, but that's fine, we'll press ahead. What we will see, this is going to be no endorsement or what would you call it? No condemnation nor endorsement of any particular provider. We're going to be speaking to the facts of coverage in Guyana, and where the population is served by mobile, by fixed broadband, and so on. And I think that given the deliberations over the past 2 days, one may readily appreciate the importance, as I said, all of these things that we have talked about have no meaning if people do not have access. And so one of our primary objectives is to ensure that as many people as possible have access. So I've got about 10 slides just to frame the discussion, and then we can move on. I'm wondering, is it possible that I can use the podium here? It means I don't have to hold the microphone. I think, okay, thank you. Okay. Right, so this hopefully should be very quick. I think I've shared my screen, but I'm not seeing the. Thank you very much, AV. Dagman has been doing yeoman service over the past 3 days, as a matter of fact, over the past 3 days and the day and night before. I hope that by saying this, I can reduce the bill, or at least take the extra taxes off of the invoice. I don't see Mr. Grimm here. So these two topics, coverage and measuring the information society, they're a bit different but related. So when we're talking about coverage, we're talking about raw coverage, who has access to what services. Measuring the information society is going to be a lot wider. Part of that is going to be measuring coverage, and I'm going to treat with that, but the discussion that we have this morning, I hope, is going to be much richer than coverage. So I'm going to try to get through these slides very quickly, if I can move them. See, I'm looking at Zoom and not looking at my presentation. Back to the. Okay, I think I'm just not, I probably wouldn't bother with it. I didn't rehearse this part. So Ghana is, we look at it administratively, the 10 administrative regions. Regions 1 through 10, 1 to 6, 1 to 5 along the coast, 6 in the coastland down to the borders with Brazil and Suriname, down the bottom in the New River Triangle, then regions 7, 8, and 9. The first thing is that, primarily we serve with wireless, and wireless does not conform to lines that we draw on a map. And so when we start to look at how people are served, and when we even try to measure that, we're going to have to try to make sure that we look at Guyana not as lines drawn on a map, but in a way that's more conducive to understanding what it is we're doing with the coverage. I'm really going to try to get you back on the slideshow. We're back again. Great. Right. So this is what I was trying to describe just now. If you look at the administrative regions along the coast, you see the different colors there. Those correspond to population density, with the very lightest colors being somewhere less than 1 person per kilometer squared, and with the very greatest being just over 100 person per square kilometer. So obviously that has some kind of implication for the economics of serving these areas. This is in a little more detail. You see similar shading. This is just for people in the room who may recognize some of the names of the communities. So we go along the coast from Abaruma in the northwest, down to Griffith and Oriala in the east, all the way down south. You see Lethem. Maps are a little small. And then more southern communities like Charlton and so on. This is a graphical depiction on how we've gone with increasing coverage. It's an aggregate on a national level, but you can see that we were trending upwards. We're covering the period now 2018 to 2023. You can see that we had an uptick in 2020. We had two very, what would you call it? We had two very significant things that happened in 2020. One was the liberalization of the sector, and the other one, of course, was the pandemic. And both of these would have driven some increase in demand for service and coverage. I don't know that we will ever be able to separate out the pandemic effect from the liberalization effect, at least in these early years. But you can see that there has been a significant increase in coverage. This was fixed broadband, and then we break out fixed broadband by type. The most steeply ascending line there is fiber. You can see fiber, the increase in fiber being matched by a decrease in DSL. That's a manifestation of just a normal course of technology evolution. Interestingly enough, you see fixed wireless as that line on the bottom that was growing initially, 2021, gave you an uptick in 2020, growing in 2021, but then started to flatten out. And indeed, if you look back at the overall fixed subscriptions, and that's where we really want to be, that as well started to flatten. Mobile broadband subscriptions, see we would have been going on again on an upward trajectory. And this is, notice this is broadband, mobile broadband, and not mobile subs. We were heading towards 300,000 broadband subscriptions. Fixed broadband subscriptions, well, for every 100 inhabitants, again, we're seeing the growth, but then we see the flattening off. That's a bit of that's a bit of concern, or I think it's cause for concern. And the top line there is the world average for fixed broadband for 100 inhabitants, and the bottom line is how we're doing locally. See, we were trending upwards, and we were about to overtake that world average. We should have done that in 2023, I think, but we've got this kind of flattening off that we have to look into to see what's going on there and how we can probably stimulate that growth. Mobile subscriptions, this is now not different from mobile broadband. We clearly would have overtaken the world average in the year 2023. The world average we got from the ITU statistics, which I think even for year 2023, last I looked, they were not published, and that's why you see that line stopping at year 2022. You don't see the 2023, but I think that given the trend there, if we have, when we finally get 2023 figures from of the ITU, you would find that we would probably have overtaken that. So that's it. I mean, that's just, that's where it's a snapshot of where we're going with the coverage. There are a couple of questions that are raised, and I hope that we can get some some response out of the room. Number one, what does it mean to be covered, especially by a mobile signal? Fixed, obviously, you have a service where you live. Mobile, what does it mean to be covered? If you ask one network, they will tell you they cover 98% of Guyanese population. But it's one thing to say you're covered. It's another thing if that coverage means that you have to go and stand up at a particular point under this particular tree on that particular hill in order to get a viable signal for a voice call. So there's a matter of a standard. What does it mean to be covered? So that's one issue. I think before we delve into the others, I would like at this point in time to open up and see what we get, especially from people who are in Guyana, what their experiences have been when you travel across the length and breadth of the country and even overseas. And for those of us who are not in Guyana, who might have confronted the issue of trying to serve areas like this, areas of sparse population coverage, areas that are difficult to get to. There probably are practices that you have encountered which may be of assistance to us. So with that, I would like to open up the floor for some amount of interaction. I know we're going to have Nia and then Viviana from the ITU. So maybe perhaps we just have a few minutes of interaction and before the next presentation comes along. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. On the mobile side, Rodney Taylor, CTU. On the mobile side, I was wondering if you had stats on the prepaid versus postpaid subscribers, especially for mobile internet, because obviously the usage pattern is different. And this came up in a session we had just a couple of weeks ago in a presentation by Trinidad and Tobago, because you may have a prepaid customer who that allows the plan to lapse for a couple of days or weeks even, and will top up as they get money, and whether that is considered connectivity or meaningful connectivity in Guyana, in your view. Thanks.
Right, so I see a question. Good, thanks. Lots of questions. Very quickly with respect to that, to answer the question, this is measuring the standard ITU definition of mobile, and therefore it is active subscriptions, and that is someone who may have activated it within the last, I think there's a time period and so on. That being said, the issue of what is more insightful for us, as opposed to the standard definition, that is, it's useful to, for comparisons to the extent that those are informative, for us to have a single definition. But then there is the additional question of what is insightful for us in our own situations. And indeed, yes, a breakout of postpaid versus prepaid is something that we ought to look at. What we need to do is we need to have a progression towards the richness of an indicator set. We have to actually develop the capacity to treat with indicators. And so, in the first year, we may be dealing with 20 indicators. In the second year, we may be able to do 30. The third year, we may be able to double that to 60, and so on and so forth. So I think there's a progression that we need to get into. I saw Jerry at the back then. Oh, Mortimer has the mic. So first of all, before we get this contribution from I'm very pleased to see Mortimer Hope here. Mortimer is a professional in the field as things spectrum management. He is one of our Guyanese nationals whom we lent to the Republic of South Africa and the South African development community for about 2 decades. He is back here, and I'm pleased to see him here. Sir, I hope that you're staying a little longer than you usually do. Yes, Mortimer. I don't think your mic is on, sir.
Thank you very much, Andre. I'm Mortimer Hope, and good to be back in Guyana. I've noticed a few things, and one of them is the affordability of services. To me, it's quite high. Where I'm coming from, services are much cheaper than what's available in Guyana. And I noticed that many people, when you try to call them on WhatsApp, first of all, they're unavailable unless they're at home. So when they're out and about, you can't get them on WhatsApp because they don't have a data package. So my question is, are you measuring affordability, and how does Guyana stack up to the rest of the Caribbean and to the world average? Thanks.
Thank you. I think your question raises exactly the same issue that Rodney was raising just now with respect to prepaid versus postpaid, and I'll say why. While we are not tracking the affordability per se, again, there's a standard ITU, or a standard definition, a benchmark, I should say, that benchmark is currently saying that your entry-level broadband package should be less than 2% of your GNI per capita. And that is considered there's a global consensus that that is where you should be. Now, that information is out there, and I know the ITU measures it. We should measure it, but it's public domain because all of the operators would have an advertisement of their packages and their plans and so on. So what the ITU does is they hire people who do desk research, and they would actually, country by country, go out and look. If we, as the regulators, don't provide that as administrative data, it is something that they can viably measure. They do measure it for Guyana, and we are actually below that benchmark. I think we are at 1.86 or something like that, or a little lower. But the question is, the question is, and where I think it relates to what the SG was raising just now, is does that 2% benchmark actually work for us? Is that, when you talk about what is 2% GNI per capita and what that means in terms of the choices that people have to make in their daily lives in terms of expenditure, is it more sensible for us to be looking at 1%? So again, yes, the global comparisons are nice, or I would say the global comparisons are necessary, but we have to look at indigenous definitions, indigenous benchmarks, those that fit our circumstances, and that again is a work in progress. I asked someone someone from the ITU some weeks ago, what's the utility of comparing broadband penetration between Guyana and the United States? And the answer was, well, none at all, actually. But the point he was making, we live in our heads in a one-dimensional world, and these things are intuitively easy for us to conceptualize. But when you think about it, there are certain things which just, are of little practical use in terms of those kinds of comparisons. Sorry. Jerry's got the mic.
Thank you, Andre. I just wanted to ask about reliability, because we could have good coverage, but then the reliability. I was wondering if you could say something about that in terms of Guyana. But coming back to your last remark about comparing broadband access in, say, the US to Guyana, if we go back to the early discussion today and even before, if we are talking about what are we doing in regards to AI and so on, a big part of it is access. So, and if we want to be globally competitive, then that access has to be at globally competitive levels. So that's where it's important to compare broadband access in, say, the Caribbean and Guyana specifically, with what's going on, say, in North America or Europe. And especially when we have reports where, like currently with Guyana's oil and gas and so on, our GDP is supposed to be higher than that or equal to that of Germany, but then you ask the regular person, what does that mean?
Yes, I'm actually trying to see the grays are, I'm trying to remember the question was reliability. I might say a little bit about the access again. So I think the reliability thing was the point I was making in terms of, you've traveled the interior, I know, and that in some places, you have a very tenuous access to signal. Sometimes you'll get a signal in the night, or sometimes you've got to go, you've got to go, to particular locations and so on. And again, you ask the service provider, and the service provider will tell you, we have X% coverage. Coverage has to come down to a standard. And the best way to define that is to use a threshold signal strength. And so that is something that we have to work with the industry as to what makes sense. If you look at one of the things we're looking at is what has been the standard they set in UK, I think was for mobile, where there was a threshold of something like minus 95 dBm received signal strength. And if you're below that, we don't consider you to have covered the area. So somebody can have a signal strength minus 96 dBm, let's say, or let's say minus 100, 110. A person may be able to make a voice call, but that call may drop, the quality will be poor, the reliability will be off. So while you've got a marginal signal, and in a sense, it can be marginally functional, you set a standard. And so if we say we require you to cover 98% of the population, we mean that where 98% of the population lives, that signal strength that they receive on the mobile network must be above the threshold. And so we're now talking, apples and apples and something measurable. And that translates into a certain quality of service. Yeah? Yes, we've got...
Good morning. In terms of number portability, can you give us like a timeline? Because it was supposed to be official like last year, and then we saw the PUC saying that it's going to happen this year. Portability of the numbers across the carriers. Can you give us an idea as to what part of this year is going to happen, if it's going to happen this year?
Number portability timeline is not mine to give. The number portability is regulated by and managed by the Public Utilities Commission, which is an autonomous commission. And so, yeah, it's simply not mine to give. Sorry, apologies for that, but I'm waiting for it as well. Not from a user point of view, but from a regulator point of view. We can probably try to get an estimate out to, I mean, I'll certainly try to get someone who may be able to say something. I don't know, but it's simply not appropriate for me to express any kind of, opinion on that. But I would say that it is, I think your question is germane to the discussion. Anything else? Anyone else? Martin, you look as though you're biting something back. Yes, Sherman.
Yes, my question is more related to, I know that Guyana is a big, huge country, so I do assume you do have people living in rural areas where you don't have connectivity. So what is the policy, what has been done to also to get those people connected to the internet in this particular case?
All right, so first and foremost, there are a number of unserved areas, and the very first map that I would have shown you, the population density, in a lot of those areas where the population densities are low, and therefore the economics of serving those areas are unattractive to the operators. Government is stepping into the breach with direct provision of service. So there is, I think, Jennifer, I think, I'm going to draw on Jennifer because she is part of the outreach from the ministry. But government itself is directly providing services to a number of those communities. So government acquires satellite equipment, puts down a hub in the community, and people who live in the vicinity of the community are able to access those services. I think there's quite an ambitious program to roll out more than 200 of those by the end of this year. I just heard that a little earlier in the week. So the monies that Guyana earned from avoided deforestation, some of those monies have been put towards providing service in those in hinterland, poor and remote communities, because not all, we think all of the unserved communities are in the hinterland, but there are coastal communities, riverine communities and so on that are remote and unserved. And so government is stepping into the breach to provide some level of service there. It does not mean that the operators are off the hook, but it just means that it's an intermediate step along the way to serving. Jennifer?
If I may as well answer that question, it leads over to the ICT access and e-services for hinterland, poor and remote communities that is focused mainly on the persons or indigenous brothers and sisters, the far-flung areas. Many of you may know, even though Guyana is a pretty small country, we still are a very large country as well. Routing from the hinterland, we have mountain areas as well as hard to reach. Well, we have the private telecoms provider giving those services as well. Through the government of Guyana, we have those hubs that provide internet access and also an area, safe space where laptops are provided as well so persons could come and use. Whereas we also train persons within hinterland communities as well to retrain the other persons. So we try to give that ripple effect from my end. While I know Mr. Griffith has more to go as well, I do believe that we have two other panelists that will be joining us online that we like to give them over. So I'll give Mr. Griffith to wrap up within 1 minute, I hope, and then lead over to the other persons joining us via online.
No, I don't need another minute. I was actually going to check to see what the other panelists were doing. So I was intending to see that this very moment. Thank you. It's a continuation of the same discussion. So, we can continue to have that.
Thank you, Mr. Griffith, and I'd like to see who will be joining us online. I do believe that we have two representatives, one from ITU, and we also have Ms. Nina Nanan from the CTU. I'll hand it over to see who would like to join us first.
Hi, good afternoon. I can go ahead if that's okay.
Perfectly fine.
Yes. Okay. Let me just share my screen. And you can see my slides, not so?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good afternoon again. I am Nia Nanan, the Senior Research Analyst at the Caribbean Telecommunications Union. And I'm just going to give you a brief summary of a partnership, an initiative that we conducted in partnership with the ECLAC Sub-Regional Office in the Caribbean. I think it'll be a good lead up to Viviana's presentation on measurements. So over the past year and a half, the CTU in partnership with ECLAC has been undertaking works to further the advancement of an ICT indicators framework within the region. And this presentation is going to give a snapshot of the results of that joint undertaking, which was a survey with Caribbean experts on measuring the digital society through ICT indicators to advance digital inclusion. This would have started in March 2022, when the CTU hosted a workshop on monitoring and evaluation framework for ICT indicators in the Caribbean, where we sought to outline the process for member states to identify ICT indicators and targets specifically that align with the goals and objectives of their national ICT strategic plans. As a follow-up to that workshop, in March 2023, a second workshop was held in partnership with ECLAC on measuring the digital society for digital inclusion. The workshop built on existing national indices and indicators, including ITU's framework, and considered how these should be adapted to the data realities, special circumstances, and needs of the Caribbean states. Some key outcomes of this specific workshop was a draft list of 10 priority areas for measurement, some of which would have included sub-areas and some of which we would have at the time identified possible indicators to measure those priorities. There was also a general consensus and agreement to partner with national statistical offices for indicators related to meaningful and universal connectivity and to measure appropriate dimensions of disaggregation as well as the frequency of data collection for each indicator. In June 2023, to further the work done at that workshop, CTU and ECLAC conducted a survey with all CTU member states as well as other Caribbean territories to contribute to and advance the ongoing discussion regarding the use of ICT indicators to measure the digital society and advance digital inclusion in the Caribbean. The overall purpose of this study was to provide information on priorities of measurement to advance digital development in the region. And it also sought to support decision-making by policymakers and regulators that were working to develop ICT indicators specifically suited to the Caribbean context. The discussions on Caribbean ICT indicators are still at an early stage for this particular study, and the priority areas and indicators were projected to be further refined throughout the study. The temporal scope of the study was limited to the period between March and August 2023. The data availability analysis was conducted throughout that period, while the survey of experts was conducted specifically in June 2023. As such, the study itself provides a snapshot of the data available during the period of research and does not convey any changes which may have taken place since. The survey was conducted with experts from the Caribbean that are working with ICT policy making or regulation. And the survey instrument used was a questionnaire. The questionnaire was open from June 6th to the 26th, 2023, and it contained 4 sections with 21 questions total. The survey itself explored areas such as the priorities for measurement, current systems for measurement, disaggregation needs of the Caribbean territories, as well as capacity building needs regarding measurement. So these are the countries from which we would have received survey responses, as well as the numbers that you see next to each country would tell you the number of experts from each country that would have responded to the survey. We received responses from 25 experts across 14 countries. Of the 25 experts that we received responses from, this group included responses from 20 government officials and 5 regulators across the Caribbean. So at the workshop, as I previously mentioned, at the workshop that was held in March 2023, a preliminary list of development priorities for the region for which measurement was key were identified. And these are the list of priorities that were identified that the study sought to build on. So they included pricing, affordability, quality of service, meaningful and universal connectivity, inclusivity, digital skills, cybersecurity and trust, governance, digital economy, usage and local content, and sustainability. Now, there were some specific indicators identified for some of these areas. Of all 10 areas listed here, 10 priority areas listed here, there were some areas of which we were not yet able to identify specific indicators for measurement, and those were inclusivity, cybersecurity and trust, and usage and local content. Most states indicated that the systems for collecting and analyzing data related to the digital society and inclusion existed, although most of those systems were not fully implemented in either one or several ways. The responses illustrate how each country's context is unique, though many may share similarities. It also underscored that there's no perfect system and that there are many possible approaches to measurement, and systems do not need to be uniform to produce valuable results. The design of the various systems likely reflect each country's unique characteristics, including the maturity of their specific data collection systems. The systems and processes used to capture the data in each country varied greatly. Some respondents reported that their country had no dedicated entity to capture data on ICT indicators, while some have a single agency, typically a statistics department or a national regulator, and some countries use both, whether they receive relevant data from more than 2 departments, including non-governmental actors such as the providers and universities. Amongst the countries where the statistics department as a primary agency dedicated to data collection was identified, there were some noted weaknesses, included the infrequent data collection and the lack of focus on ICT, leading to some limited data. Having a shared responsibility for data collection was interestingly highlighted both as a strength and a weakness. A weakness when the collection by multiple agencies posed a challenge, and this may have occurred either due to siloed work leading to fragmentation, a lack of focus, or possible challenges with collaboration. That was also noted. A strength when measurement instruments are developed through collaborative and iterative processes. Several respondents also noted policy and legislative gaps, including the lack of a proper legislative framework to support the regulation of the ICT sector. Data collection frequency was also insufficient by some of the experts who shared their feedback. And it was noted that there was sometimes insufficient capacity to analyze the large volume of data received. Systems also need to be fit for purpose, and this can be limited in its evolution due to the availability or lack of availability of resources in some cases. Resource constraints, including both human and financial resources, were frequently cited as a reason for systems not being fully implemented. Inadequate coordination, including between agencies, was noted as a weakness in this context. It is also noted that for the countries that did not cite a lack of financial resources as a weakness, they also presented their workforce, the involvement of their specific governments, and the coordination among stakeholders as important strengths in their system. We asked the experts to indicate their measurement challenges or their lack of challenges to measure data related to the 10 priority areas that were identified and listed. So the graph shows responses to the question of how challenging it is for experts to collect data on ICT indicators to measure those 10 priority areas. Governance was the most frequently considered challenging to measure. There were diverse views on the level of challenge associated with measuring government. As you can see, 40% of the survey experts considered it challenging, while the remaining 60% was split across the other possible responses. Quality of service was considered challenging to measure by nearly half of the respondents, 47%, though views did vary. Surveyed experts most frequently either considered connectivity to be not challenging to measure or were certain how to measure this priority area. Given that the challenges identified for this priority area were primarily tied to the unique geographics of countries and/or the availability of resources and personnel, which are needed to measure the indicators on households and individuals, the differences here may relate to more practical and logistical issues associated with measurement. Sustainability, on the other hand, was a priority area for which views were most uniform. 80% of the experts considered the collection of data on sustainability to be challenging. And as we go further on the snapshots of results, this was primarily tied to varied responses on what the definition of that means. Digital skills in this area, for which there was the greatest diversity of views, varied assessments describes more general consensus related to measuring digital skills, such as the definition, assessment, establishing a baseline, and disaggregation. An equal number in regard to digital economy, an equal number of surveyed experts were most frequently uncertain about how to measure the digital economy and considered data collection of this priority area to be challenging. The challenges identified for this area specifically related to defining the scope and measuring the impact of the digital economy, neither of which related specifically to data collection itself. Affordability was most frequently considered not challenging to measure by 47% of experts surveyed. Usage and local content was most frequently considered not challenging to measure by almost 1/3 of experts. Cybersecurity and trust was most frequently considered challenging to measure by almost half of the experts, 47%. The challenges described for this priority area were varied, ranging from the identification of indicators to respondents' digital skills or lack of trust and logistical issues. The large degree of uncertainty regarding how to measure inclusivity was highest when compared to the other priority areas. This was a challenge noted by the experts that we spoke to in defining what inclusivity encompasses. The survey also addressed the capacity building needs relating to the measurement of the digital society and digital inclusion at both the national and institutional levels. And these are some of the responses that we received concerning identifying what those capacity building needs were. At the national level, capacity building needs including identifying data to be collected, data collection instruments and developing methodologies, preparing and analyzing data, utilizing analyzed data, and communicating analyzed data. Institutional capacity building needs included training programs to deepen the understanding of the digital society, digital inclusion, and technical knowledge related to data collection and analysis. There was also a call for collaborative workshops bringing together technical experts from different fields as well as different countries, and specific training on the collection, processing, analysis, and communication of disaggregated data. So we took the 10 priority areas that were identified, and we asked the survey experts to rank their country's top 5 priorities relating to the measurement of the digital society from the 10 priority areas that were listed. And these were the responses that we received. So these were the top 5 priorities that were identified by the countries and the experts that we surveyed: cybersecurity and trust, affordability, digital economy, governance, and digital skills. And then what we did is we tried to do a summary of whether these priority areas were deemed to be a low priority, a high priority, and then what were the challenges to measure, whether the countries were able to measure them or whether they were very challenging in terms of actually being able to measure and collect data to measure the ICT indicators for these specific areas. So the study provided experts' perceptions regarding the systemic strengths, weaknesses, challenges, capacity building needs, and priorities related to these measurements. So of the 5 priority areas that were considered to be high priority for the member states, you see governance, digital economy, cybersecurity, and trust indicated as a high priority, but challenging to measure. Digital economy as one of the top 5 priority areas identified by the experts were generally considered challenging, and an area for potential engagement by Caribbean countries was identified in development of indicators on the value of e-commerce, which is currently ongoing at the national level. Cybersecurity and trust, although high priority, was considered difficult to measure as well. And then we have digital skills that was considered high priority. However, there was a range of opinions on the level of challenge related to measuring this particular area. A review of the available data showed that while education data specifically is widely available, data for indicators that more directly measure digital skills specifically is limited. Connectivity was determined to be a high priority for the governments that responded to the survey. Some additional challenges in this area related to the indicators that were derived from surveys of households and individuals. The challenges related largely to the financial and human resources required to implement large-scale household surveys. Affordability, another priority area, was not considered challenging to measure. Concerns have been raised regarding the use of GNI per capita, however, as a comparative unit. Experts identified challenges related to complex pricing structures for ICT services, and also the use of multiple units when assessing affordability should be considered as a recommendation, such as adjusting for cost of living. The quality of service as a priority area was generally considered to be a low priority. Data availability is low for this indicator, although it is not considered to be challenging to measure. It is, considered to be challenging to measure. And then we have sustainability. It was considered to be very challenging to measure by the experts that we spoke to. Some potential avenues for exploration include looking at indicators on environmental impacts of the digital transformation, such as e-waste, or more broadly at sustainable development in relation to ICT skills. And ICT, just generally. Usage and local content was considered to be low priority and also not challenging to measure. Inclusivity is off a little way to the side because of the diverse responses that we got regarding this specific priority area. It does require some further definition based on the study that we have conducted. What we saw happening is that experts note that it is an area where they are currently unable to assess the challenges associated with measuring. In terms of priority areas, there was also a diverse range of opinions regarding whether it should be a high priority or a low priority. There was not much consensus on this specific area itself. It was, however, ranked as a top priority for the regulators that we spoke to for this specific study. So this is the snapshot that we wanted to give you. In conclusion, the diversity of views regarding the degree of challenge in measuring each priority area, as well as the level of priority for these specific areas themselves, suggests that further discussion to define several of these areas may be necessary, and it can signal the potential for enhanced South-South cooperation among Caribbean countries under relevant areas identified here. For priority areas where challenges described relate primarily to definition, there is an opportunity for further discussions regarding the broader issues related to this area. Where the challenges described relate to more logistical issues of funding, there's an opportunity for technical cooperation, which may need to be sought to address those challenges. And where legal mandates need to be established, the identification of best practices in the subregion can also be helpful. This report has been finalized. It has been concluded since the study is concluded. It is currently with the publishing team at ECLAC, and we anticipate that it will be available to the public very shortly. And once it is, we will make it available on our website as well, so everyone can have access to it. Thank you.
If I may, I can open the floor to 2 questions, or I can go on to the other presenter, and then we can follow by questions. And then afterwards ask that question. All right, so I see with some hands in the air, but we'd like to go on to the second presenter, and then we'll answer your questions on the way. So ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of time, I'd like to invite Ms. Viviana Umpierrez, I hope I got the pronunciation correct, of the International Communications Union to deliver her presentation, and then we could have the floor for at least 3 questions.
Thank you very much. It's a good morning. It's a very pleasure to be here with all of you. I would like to thank you first to the Caribbean Telecommunications Union and the government of Guyana for the invitation and the opportunity to be here today, sharing this session with all of you. And also it's very nice to be here again with Andrea and Nia discussing about the importance of ICT indicators for decision making. My presentation is related to Measuring Information Society, bridging data gaps for measuring universal and meaningful connectivity. And there is a concept that I have heard before in the interaction with Andrea, and it's important to have in mind what does this concept means, because when we want to measure the internet, we would like to have in mind this definition, which is the possibility for everyone to enjoy a safe, satisfying, enriching, productive, and affordable online experience. Of course, this concept will be then translated to indicators we measure in the ICT Data Analytics Division in the ITU. Regarding to this definition, there are aspirational targets that the ITU, together with the United Nations Office of the Secretary General Envoy on Technology, there are several aspirational targets for 2030 in terms of universality, technology, affordability, some of the concepts that have been floating a few minutes ago. We're going to talk more about them in a minute. And the important thing to have in mind is that there are 2 gaps in terms of when we want to measure internet society. After our analysis, we have 2 gaps. The first gap is what we call the coverage gap, which is a concept that when we talk about coverage is different from subscriptions. When we talk about the coverage, is the possibility of someone or a household to have the connectivity at home. That means that there is the infrastructure deployed in terms of base stations, in terms of a node near the household. So a coverage gap means people without access to a fixed or mobile broadband network because there is no the infrastructure deployed there. What we see is that the coverage gap is much lower than the usage gap that covers another concept, which is people do not use the internet while having coverage. That is mean there is the infrastructure deployment, but there is no users there. So why is happening that? It's because it is not affordable. It's because they don't have the skills. So that is important of measurement, give us to understand the evolution of every society. So after this, we have two main questions. Why don't people use the internet? And when they use it, is it meaningful in terms of quality of service, affordability, device, and skills? So we have a framework based on two dimensions, what that is covered in terms of universal and meaningful connectivity. The first is the universality metrics, which is measured in terms of people, household, communities, and businesses, and in terms of the use. And then we have the connectivity enables, which is a mixture of factors in terms of infrastructure, which depends most of them of the telecom operators, also affordability, device, the access to device, because I could have the infrastructure, but if the device is too expensive, I will not be able to have the connectivity. So even if I have the deployment of the network, it's something like nothing. So it's important to have all of these indicators measured. Also the skills, why I'm going to use it, why, and in terms of the quality of connectivity, because sometimes the technology of the network it's like restricts or constraints the usage that I can have. If I'm for example, in a region with 3G, I'm not going to be able to, for example, do streaming or do learning online, for example. So this is important to understand that the technologies constraints the usage also. So the importance of to have this kind of the definition is that helps us to to have the same everybody is speaking the same language in terms the dimensions and indicators. So when we make a definition, we are going to speaking about the same and measure about the same. In terms of statistical information and indicators, this concept means that we have to there are some indicators that we already are collecting in the ITU, but also there are new indicators that we are piloting in terms of to complement the existing ones and to have this measurement. And also to set standards and good practices in terms of we can share with countries to help them to collect this information. Also, for this concept, it's very important the coordination between the users and the data producers and the data users, because the importance of these indicators is to elaborate integrated policies to understand what is going on, and then after that to have an integrated policy agenda. So this slide shows what is the four things in general that is systematized in terms of infrastructure, affordability, use, access, and device. So for having a universal and meaningful connectivity to measure these kind of things, we need to measure these four enablers. And as we can see, these four factors have a lot of inside. There are a lot of variables that depend that could define the gaps. For example, for infrastructure, we have the quality, the speed, the cable. If we have a submarine cable infrastructure, if we have satellite infrastructure, the broadband coverage. For affordability, we have the devices. We have the affordability of the devices and also the services, which is not the same. Also the access of the devices in terms of households, businesses, schools, because every segment of the users have different needs. And to have universal and meaningful connectivity, we need to cover all. And also related to the use is very important, the skills, and the security and safety. So we can identify with indicators we measure different gaps in terms of infrastructure, affordability, usage, and access. And also, it's very important that you have in mind that every economy has a single path in terms of their digital evolution, because all of this also depends on the institutional regulation, the market competition, the market size, and the market regulation. Regulation in telecommunications is very, very important in that way. So the idea is that we have the data, and it could be help governments to make policies, integrated policies in terms of, for example, infrastructure, identify the places that they are not served in terms of networks in order to have coverage. Also to have more affordable services in terms of, okay, we have the coverage, but we need to have making the service available for everyone. Also the digital literacy, the skills, which is very important. And of course, safety and security. And related to that, the ITU and the European Commission has signed a partnership where there is a project related to universal and meaningful connectivity for 3 years, and also includes several project activities. Among those, there are 8 regional workshops for users and producers, which the first one was oriented for the Caribbean region. We had it in last June in Nassau. And the idea among these activities in terms of data collection and dissemination, in terms of giving assistance, in terms of technical assistance, in terms to help you to collect the data, also advocacy and information regarding the importance about this concept and to have these indicators measured. And also there is a part of evidence-based research in terms of we're going to launch several reports in terms of global connectivity reports and regional and thematic analysis. Also, there are a dashboard already is available when you can see for different countries in terms of the aspirational targets defined with the ITU and the technology, the UN Secretariat of Technology, in terms of the targets, and then you can check and you can understand, okay, which is the position which my country is. It's very important to understand that this is not in terms of a contest. This is not a competition. It's important that everyone has this possibility and to work related to that. Also, we have the information published in the ITU Data Hub. Also, it's free. You can check. You can download the data, and of course, if you have any doubt, you can write us and contact us. And everything is free. You can check anytime. So this is the concept of UNC, but now we are going to talk about some recommendations for ICT data collection in terms of what we work. So we said there are 4 pillars in terms of how to measure ICTs, and these pillars are infrastructure, affordability, ICT access, and use. And why they are interrelated? Because depending on the market size and the competition and how many operators do I have in the market, it's going to be the infrastructure deployment. Also, the infrastructure deployment will condition the plans that I'm going to have available. That's why it's going to condition the affordability. The affordability in terms of will condition the access of the services by households and people. And also is going to condition the use, because if I have, for example, if I'm a very good plans, because in my country there are many operators and they want to gain more customers, they're going to offer more gigas. If they're going to offer me more gigabytes and I'm going to have a new technology, the most 5G, for example, I'm going to use it more. So it's everything interrelated, and to measure, the important to have in mind is that for measuring ICT, we need to measure the 4 blocks, because even if one part is infrastructure and depends, the data source is different from the demand side, it's different, but they are complementary. So that's why with these four components, we separate in two blocks. The supply side, which mainly depends of the telecom operators, and the demand side data, which depends of the households and people that use it. So depending of the source is depending the indicators we're going to get. So in terms of the demand side data, the source is collected by the national statistical offices or the digital agencies, depending on the countries. There are some agencies dedicated to collect this kind of information. And basically are the household service, census, budget expenditure service, labor service, and ICT service. And that measured the demand side in terms of, we're going to see the indicators later, but in terms of if this household has internet access, or did you use the internet the last 3 months, for example. And in addition, we collect this information, these indicators in our questionnaires, household and short and long questionnaires. For the supply side data, the sources are different. In general, are the Ministry of Telecommunications or the regulatory authorities. And the source is the administrative data on telecommunications or big data from telecom operators, ISPs. And we collect these indicators through our questionnaire, also long and short World Telecommunications ICT indicators. And also for price data, we have a data collection. Our source, we send a questionnaire also for the Ministry of Telecommunications Regulatory Authority, but also in case that we don't have the information, we, as Andre mentioned before, we do our desk research in terms to have the retail price for mobile, cellular, and fixed broadband services, but they are measured for five baskets that are defined in our expert group of indicators. That is very important because the definition of indicators are from the demand side and the supply side are made through the expert group. It is a group that is open from everyone. So when we work during the year, and every September, the next meeting is at the end of September, we have a meeting when we validate the work of the current year in terms of add new indicators or in terms of change any definition or eliminate indicators. After that, we collect the information through our questionnaires in an automatic platform, Qualtrics. Then we receive the information and we validate inside the ICT Data Analytics division. And then we compilate and make analysis and disseminate in our reports, fact and figures, global connectivity report, and of course, the data hub where it is available for everyone. Our year in terms of data collection, in March, we launched both questionnaires, household and WTI, because the focal points are different. One of the are the households and other ones are the regulators. And we ask few indicators we're going to see very quickly in the next slide. Then on May, we launched the IPv questionnaire. And then we published the updated data on July in the ITU Data Hub. And then in September, we launched the long questionnaire also for WTI questionnaires, indicators, and for households.
Ms. Vivian, such an interesting presentation. Just in the interest of time, we'd like to ask if you could just deliver your presentation within 2 minutes, and we'd like to lead into the question and answer segment from our end.
Perfect. Good. Okay. So these are the main indicators. We are going to have it in terms of households, ICT access, internet use, mobile phone ownership, and digital skills. The important thing is from these four indicators, there are three which are sustainable development goals. That is the importance. In addition, they are some of them are disaggregated by gender. And also, from the WTI short questionnaire, in terms of meaningful connectivity, There are the subscriptions and also the breakdown by speed, which is important from quality of service, something that was mentioned before, and also in terms of mobile coverage, because also the technology of the network, if it's 3G, 4G or 5G, will depend of the ability to have a meaningful connectivity. Also, we ask about internet traffic and bandwidth. And most important thing about the WTI short questionnaire is the complexity is lower in terms of rather than households, because these indicators are basic indicators that telecom operators have for run their business. So this is basic for all of them, and this information is available. When you ask this information, you are not asking an extra effort from them, because they monitor the traffic, the bandwidth, the coverage, and everything to run the business. Also, we have another important thing is all of our indicators are in 2 handbooks, which are available and free for everyone in our 6 official languages. And then you have all the recommendations. Also, we're going to have the next meeting for WTIS, the symposium of ICT indicators, and also the expert groups, the last week of September. All of you are invited. You have to register. And I think given the lack of time, it's important. One thing is important, that the main message for you is that it's important that the Caribbean participate actively in our meetings, in our subgroup, in our expert groups and everything, because every region is different. And as you mentioned before, there are some things that are every path, it is a very specific region with different needs that other regions of the planet. So it's important that you participate and notice with other countries the difference that you have and the challenges that you face. So given that, it's all of that I have to mention. And of course, any chance that you have to visit our website to contact us. And if you need any assistance, please don't hesitate to reach out. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A round of applause. I'll open the floor to at least 3 questions, I believe. I'd like to start off. I saw Martin writing a lot of questions here in front of us. So I start off with Martin to the front, and I believe Tariq also has some questions to ask. And we also have another representative as well.
Thank you for that. Impressed by the whole compact, and I very much agree that measurement is at the basis of what we do. One of the things we talked about during the 3 days here is that if you talk about security and justified trust in the use of the internet and email, which is so crucial in all we do, it's also important to look at the robustness of the infrastructures, basically at the adoption of modern internet standards that enhance the security. And it might be good in the several presentations I heard to make sure that that part is included in the measurement. How robust is that internet that we're using together? Because being connected is one thing, being connected at high quality with justified trust is something which is useful in the Caribbean, but also so globally when we talk about security and trust. Hope that makes sense.
All right, I do believe there is a question to Tariq, if he can take that mic over. And then we have a lovely lady in our midst here to ask the other question. Tariq?
Thank you. So this question is really for Nia. So thanks so much for the great presentation. I noticed that you mentioned or presented on a number of gaps that exist and a lot of problems that we're seeing, particularly with collecting this data as well as the responses that we got. In light of that, I was wondering whether CTU would have any or be interested in providing any support to the member states, not to administratively go out and collect data, because I don't think you all might have the resources for that, but rather providing technical support to the administrations as well. I do also note that in the list of countries that completed the survey, Guyana wasn't there. So I'm not sure if Andre or anyone would like to also touch on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Tariq. Yes, so the intention is not to just conduct the study and identify the gaps and the challenges and the capacity building needs identified and leave it there. So there is some follow-up work that we are trying to put in place. It's going to be engagement with the member states to try to bridge some of those gaps and help assist in those challenges, primarily with the capacity building needs side and technical expertise, not necessarily on an ongoing basis, but through workshops. And we're doing this in continued partnership with ECLAC. So we hope to roll that out maybe at a periodic basis over the next year.
All right, great. I'd like to direct the question over to the young lady at the back. If she can just introduce herself and what company, organization.
Good day, everyone. My name is Anelia Bacchus. I don't have any title. I'm just a child rights ambassador, and I am a student at law at the University of Guyana. So because of my studies, I like to look at things from a legalistic or policy point of view. And I've been hearing constantly the words, we do not have sufficient legislation to guide ICT, and we don't have governing bodies. And so while I think it was possibly two presenters before now, I fail to remember who it is, but I did some research in that short span of time, and I noticed that we have two pieces of legislation, one being the Cybercrime Act of 2018 and the Telecommunications Act. Now, the Cybercrime Act, if you guys do not know, it deals with how do we punish someone for violating our cybersecurity rights. And Telecommunications Act of, I think it was 2016, that deals with how we're going to guide the broadcasting of information in our country. So this clearly points out that we do have legislation. The thing is that there isn't much implementation. Now, my question is, you're saying we don't have bodies. Technically, we do. We have NDMA, right? And there's a division of NDMA that deals with cybersecurity for the government. However, the gap is that there isn't anything that really guides the country as a whole. Well, we have our internet service providers, they do some level of security and so on. There is that major gap. So I got to where I want to go. Peradventure, there was a discussion in Parliament, somebody introduces this discussion. What would you recommend, or what would you be looking forward to be implemented? Do you want a body that has this ability to prosecute? What exactly are you looking for? Because we can't have a discussion if we're not providing direct solutions on the issue. Thank you.
I don't know if Mr. Griffith would like to answer that question and hopefully try to give some response to the young lady as well. I don't believe we have anyone from National Data Management Authority with us.
Okay, I'll try as best as I can. There's no one piece of legislation that governs the sector. So we have, for example, the Telecommunications Act, which deals with provision of public telecommunications services, management of the spectrum, issues to do with competition, interconnection and access, consumer protection, and so on in the telecommunications sphere. We have the Broadcasting Act as amended in 2017, Broadcasting Act of 2011 as amended in 2017, that primarily addresses issues of content regulation in the broadcasting sector. On Monday, last year, the government passed the Data Protection Act, they passed the Digital Identity Act, they passed the Electronic Transactions Act, and that is quite a wide-ranging piece of legislation. We have as well the Cybercrime Act that was referred to. And I mean, there are certain things also, cybercrime, there's also the Evidence Act, which provided, I think it was almost 25 years ago, we saw the first amendment to the Evidence Act that provided for electronic evidence to be introduced in the courts of law. The issue with all of them is development of capacity. So, for example, you may be able to introduce electronic evidence into court, but there's one thing. That's the basic legal framework. Where the rubber hits the road is when you actually get to court with that. How can you demonstrate, as you would in the traditional world, that there has been a chain of custody and what is sought to be presented at that particular time is actually that evidence, the integrity has been preserved. So data protection, just from my experience with the Telecommunications Act, so you have an act in place that creates an entity, you then have to go, you have to staff that entity, you have to find people, you have to find an office, you have to have a budget, you have to have all these things. So that's where we are with a number of these things. So the legal and regulatory framework is always in progress. And that's as much as I can, see at this point on that issue.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, Mr. Griffith. I know we have one question. We also have Mr. Hines asking if we could wrap up this session within 5 minutes. We'll head to our lunch for 30 minutes, and then we'll begin the afternoon's discussion. Also, before I give the mic over to Mr. Hines, for persons who are joining us online, there is the Q&A session or segment that you can ask those questions as, and hopefully we can answer those questions in the meantime. Mr. Hines?
Thank you. Just to the questioner, please also look at intellectual property. That legislation has been dated since 1956, and that is something that you should look at to compare the difference between that legislation and what legislation would look like in other parts of the Caribbean, Trinidad, Barbados, Jamaica, so you could see where the deficiencies are. Okay?
One last question, and then we'll head over into lunch. Oh, one last question, and then we'll head in to lunch.
Okay, thank you. I'm a bit concerned about the Cybercrime Act. It seems to be used to silence free speech, at least in Guyana. So I'm based in South Africa, and there, people, they speak their minds, and no one gets offended and tries to charge someone else with a cyber crime, for instance, for calling someone a thief. And we've had an ex-president who's been called a thief many times, and he never thought of, he never took anyone to court or complained that it is a cyber crime. But here in Guyana, it seems that people have the very thin skins. And how is it that you have this legislation seemingly being abused to stifle free speech? So I just wanted some thoughts on that. Thanks.
Wanted some thoughts. Whom from, sir? If I were to take your observation on its face and accept it, then no one should speak. My answer to that would be very simple. Laws are made by Parliament. Parliament comprises representatives of the people. And so if there is anyone who has a particular view on what the law ought to be, we know what the law is. If you have a view on what the law ought to be, then it is up to interest groups to advocate for changes in the law. So, and you're going to find people with different views of what ought to be the law. So at the end of the day, I think it comes down to, if any particular citizen has a particular view, that citizen has to advocate. And you may prevail, you may not. But at the end of the day, it will result in a democratic process that's going to come down one side or the other, on one side or the other of the issue. But you would appreciate that, from where I sit, it is not appropriate for me to express a view one way or the other what the law ought to be.
Thank you, Mr. Griffith. I know there are other questions to be asked in the auditorium here, but we have to break for lunch. There is an open mic session this afternoon. We trust that you stay here this afternoon. If you have colleagues or friends within the sector or even an interest, they can join us this afternoon to have that discussion. For those who are joining us online, we'll reconvene within 30 minutes. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for getting me out of that one, Jennifer.